All right, and there we go. First fight of the evening. There's a submission by Hughes right there on O'Bannon. How about that? All right, so first fight of the evening, we already got in. All right, Marty Miller says we're looking forward to these fights. Definitely, man. Uh, as soon as I popped in, there's already a submission right there. So shout outs to Hughes on that one. Yeah, man, definitely looking forward to these fights, man. So how's everybody doing around the world right now? Hold on, let me put on some more lights here real quick. All right, so we got better lighting going on right now. There we go. Yeah, I wish I had started a little bit earlier to see that fight, but yeah, great submission, man. Good way to start off the night for sure. Is a nice early submission right there. So all right, let's see here. Let's go to the details. Yeah, man. So UFC Paris, here we are. This is basically the what I believe is the outline for the arena that they are at right now. So there it is. Yeah. Marty Miller says, I was just watching all the submissions from CGI too. How was it, man? How was it? I believe, yeah, that's okay. So CGI means Craig Jones Invitational. So, okay, that makes sense. I thought CGI was like a term that sort of expressed, some kind of AI or something like that. But yeah. All right, so Hughes. There's a lot of hype going in with O'Bannon on this one, huh? A lot of hype. Obviously, being Irish, had something to do with it. Um, every time there's an Irish fighter, there's always a comparison with Conor McGregor. How about the press conference they had yesterday? Huh? Let's talk about that for a second. I have some thoughts on the press conference yesterday. Marty Miller says watching the highlights is entertaining, but I thought the actual event was kind of boring. Well, that's sort of what jiu-jitsu is in a nutshell, if you think about it, Marty, right? Jiu-jitsu is a very, I want to give it respect in a proper way that a martial artist should, but it's boring. Okay, let's just really call it what it is, right? It's boring because it's not a spectator sport, right? And this is what Marty Miller just emphasized right now. Jiu-jitsu is a tough spectator sport, though. I love it, and some of it is still hard to watch. Yes, Marty Miller says, haha, that's what I was just saying. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? The highlights. See, jujitsu is entertaining when, let's say, there is a submission that had happened, right? Or there's sequences of scrambles that are quite entertaining and reversals, submission attempts, submission uh, um, near submissions, right? Gideon says, I think Quinlet is the only BJJ event I can watch without falling asleep, probably the team element. Okay, so that's interesting. They bring in sort of like a team element in there. So that's basically what CGI was. Okay, so CGI used to be a team concept from what you're saying, huh? So speaking of jiu-jitsu, did you guys see the press conference yesterday with Tom Aspinall and Cyril Gahn? Now, this is really interesting because obviously we know that it is French territory first and foremost. It's going to be Cyril Gane's territory off top, but uh, it's still surprising to see anybody boo Tom Aspinall, right? Because Tom Aspinall is like the quintessential baby face of it all, right? Fresh Melon Juice, how are you, my man? He says a 23-year-old Irina Zarakutska fled to the U.S. for safety, but was unalived by a serial criminal named DeCarlos Brown. Police and prosecutors knew he was dangerous, but he kept releasing him. Okay. What part of the country is this? Let me know, Fresh, what part of the country this is. Fresh Melon Juice says, I guess the honor system failed. The honor system failed. Elaborate on that a little bit. Marty Miller says, let me turn on the comments here so you guys can see it on this side, right here. That side. That's that side. Yeah, that side. Okay. So, all right, there we go. I don't even see that comment from Fresh, I guess. Oh, you didn't see Fresh's comment? That's interesting. Huh. Okay. Maybe YouTube may have done something with it. That's my only speculation. But yeah. All right, man. You know, a little fun fight card in the afternoon, huh? In the West Coast, man. Let me tell you, man. These types of fight cards, okay? Because I know we're so removed from the pandemic, right? After just years of being removed from the pandemic, I gotta say that it's now refreshing that they're bringing fights across different cities. You guys remember, right? It used to be just only the Apex cards and this and that. Now it is, you know, big cities. You got Nashville, you got UFC China. This reminds me of like back in the days in like the beginning of like 2013 and 14 when they started doing these world tours, right? So now all of a sudden they have a fight night in Macau, China. You guys remember that? I think there was a card there with Michael Bisping and Kung Lee. There were a whole bunch of different fights around the world that was going on, and I thought this was brilliant, right? You know, you have a European card, you got an Asian card, and at the time they were just really just starting to develop Abu Dhabi. But yeah, man, it's fun. It's fun. Really, a lot to look forward to with these, you know, types of fights. And Marty Miller says, I don't even see that comment from Fresh. Not that long, not that long one you just read. Okay, okay. So, all right, man. So they're on to a commercial right now after, you know, that. So after that submission, that's the thing with. Okay, so going back to what I was talking about with, you know, with the press conference, right? So obviously it was a French crowd. Tom, interestingly enough, said something to the effect where, man, you know what, man? I'm just going to let Cyril do his thing, you know, like just absolutely defeated by the crowd, which I thought was interesting, right? Never really seen, you know, Tom Aspinall like that before. So, at least not in a position where he is the bad guy. So, you know, that right there is always interesting. So, the Swede winning, what do you mean? Explain what that is. Someone from Sweden is fighting, or what do you mean by that? Not that long one you just read. Oh, okay, yeah, that one. Yeah, he. I don't know why. I think YouTube may have you know, done something with that because I certainly did not. Oh, okay. The first fight. No, this isn't the first fight actually, but the Swede you're talking about. I see who you're talking about now. Okay. All right, Rinat Fakrdinov. His name sounds like you are cursing. Just so you know, right? It's like, yeah, uh, Fakrdinov first. Andreas. Oh yes, Andreas. Yes, the Swede that you're talking about. Yeah, no relation to Alexander Gustafsson. Stream. Mixed Martial Arts Academy. Shout outs to you, Mixed Martial Arts Academy. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Okay, you're from Chicago. Oh, okay. Shout out to you, my man. Mixed Martial Arts Academy. Is that a real gym, or or you just named your you know, page that? Let me know. Andreas is comes in Gustafsson's love child. Is that right? Is that right? Does he train with them by any chance? Or any relation to him whatsoever? I mean, that's probably a very common name, in that part of the world. So I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Let's get out of the screen and go to. You don't know. Yeah. Yeah. No relation. Obviously, a very common Swedish name. So I wouldn't take too much stock out of it. So all right. So Gustafsson is coming out right now. By the way, while during this fight week, anticipating UFC Paris, right? I watched a movie on Netflix called Ad Vitam. So I urge you guys to take a look at it. It's about basically, police, special forces, uh, criminals, gangs, terrorists, all of that, everything that makes a great action movie. You guys got to go check it out. This dude's last name sounds like, yeah, um, Fakrdinov. Yeah, but different sounds mean something different in different languages in different countries. So there you go, right? That has something to do with it. By the way, guys, listen. Uh, Paulie Malignaggi is fighting tonight at Bare Knuckle FC, so something to look forward to as well. What was the movie called? Ad Vitam. I'm gonna write it right here, right? So because I kind of wanted to get into the mode of French, action, stuff like that. Ad vitam. Fresh Melon Juice says, I watched a documentary about Pride and Sakuraba, the Gracie killer. Okay, cool. What was the name of that? I've seen a few Sakuraba documentaries before, at least, pieces of him from other YouTubers. So, was it an old one or a new one? Let me know. Marty Miller says he saw that. Oh, which one are you talking about? Fresh Melon Juice's documentary or Ad Vitam in Netflix? All right, so there's Gustafsson. Man, yeah, he is tatted up, man. Where they break into the guy's apartment. Yes, correct. Yup, that's right. Ad Vitam, yeah. Rinat Fakrdinov, 6 feet tall, 170, 74-inch reach, 6'1", 73.5. For Andres Gustafsson, everything is virtually identical, 33 and 34. Here we go. Yep, it was good. Yeah, no spoilers. I'm like halfway into it, so I'm probably gonna watch it, right after. But yeah, real interesting stuff. All right, so yeah, and we're up to. Oh dang, I didn't know that either. Oh yeah. I didn't know Rickson Gracie has Parkinson's. Wow, that's crazy, man. Yeah, Rickson Gracie has Parkinson's. Man, I wonder what caused that. Um, because if there was anybody in the Gracie family, I mean, look, they are all healthy as a horse, right? I mean, obviously they are a jujitsu family, a very famous family, mixed martial arts, pioneers. But it kind of makes me wonder, yeah, what was the underlying condition of that? So, prayers go out to Hickson Gracie, of course. You never wish that upon anybody, but yeah. I know Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's. I know Muhammad Ali has Parkinson's. Maybe something to do with a head trauma, but Jamie Foxx got it. He's not a fighter. I don't understand what you mean by that, Jamie Foxx. Let me know what you mean by that. All right, round number one right here. Rinat Fakardinov and Gustafsson. Look at Gustafsson. Oh, okay. I meant Michael. Okay, Michael J. Fox got it. He's not a fighter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Muhammad Ali is a different case because obviously there is underlining issues of what do you call it? Being punched drunk. So that has something to do with it for sure. But man, look at Gustafsson right now, like really a bat out of hell coming out here swinging for the fences, right? Like very Justin Gaethje like in his approach right now. Just no care in the world whatsoever, just pure reckless abandonment on his part. Okay, there we go. There's look at this. Look at Rinat Fakardinov. He looks like he's about to finish him off. I can't believe it. Fakardinov gets the finish. That is amazing, man. What an amazing finish by Fakardinov. Look, Gustafsson was in there going a little too hard, man, to the point where he may have affected his stamina going into it. Like, but yeah, he came in there really hard, bat out of hell, and that was all she wrote right there. So, all right, man. Yeah, 24 wins with one loss. Yeah, that's quite a good record on Rinat Fakardinov. Wow, yeah, look at these hammer fists that he was coming down with. Man, yeah, those are some serious hammer fists right there. All right, man. Yeah, shout outs to Fakardinov. Fakardinov. It's not just, it's if he's Irish, it's Fakardinov. It's Fakardinov, yeah. Fakardinov. All right. Yeah, man, that's crazy that you were able to watch that, Marty Miller. I thought, yeah, man, I didn't think a lot of Americans would watch it, but then again, you know what? Looking at the ratings, they said that it is like top 10 in like a lot of major countries and whatnot. So you know, yeah, it is a big deal to in different parts of the world. So yeah, I suppose. All right. So right now they got a commercial break. So in between this commercial break, yeah, I watch a lot of foreign movies. Okay, yeah, me too, man. Me too. For me, it's French, British, and sometimes German movies. I like those as well. There's a yeah, I watch a few Middle Eastern movies. I've seen a few Korean films. So it gives you a different perspective. Do you want a job at the CIA? No, I do not. I'll tell you what, Fresh. There's a certain level of freedom that you sacrifice as a service member, right? Whether that is in intelligence, whether that's in special forces, infantry. It's just a life that you have to give up, right? Think about this, right? For those that are in the field like that, you get put from one country to another. You can't have real permanent friends. And if you're stateside, you can't tell people what you do. And I don't know, man, and then you get free vaccines. Okay, well, there you go, man. I guess if that's what you're in it for, then, there it is. The Swede was not calm, man. Maybe the crazy French crowd affected him. Yeah, I think that has something to do with it, too. I definitely think that has something to do with it. So since we got an early finish, I wanted to react to this video that that MMA Guru mentioned about a couple of years ago, right? Something about Conor McGregor being part of the Irish mob, right? So I'm going to share this one right here, and then we're just going to check this out right here. So I'm going to preface this on the 22-minute mark. I'm just going to put 2 minutes. Okay, so this is MMA Guru finding out that Conor McGregor is a crime boss. So let's hear what MMA Guru has to say about this.
In South Africa, the green represents the grass, and the gold in it represents the gold reserves, and you know what I'm saying? And that's typically the way. And Ireland is like the green and the orange, and the sun is the orange, the green is the grass, and the white is them. I don't know if that's really how they came up with that, but I just feel like India should just be a brown flag with like some bits of like sweet corn in it or something. It should be like a textured flag that someone could like read in Braille, where.
All right.
I mean, and then Bradkey jumps in and starts saying, I tell you this, he getting knocked out in round 1 or something. I don't know. I feel like that could work. That could be a very fun way of doing things. That's not what James Lynch does, because they're predicting other fights.
He says the polls have Conor winning in Ireland. He might become the new president. Also, Elon Musk endorsed him. That's not something I should take seriously. But you know what? Back in 2015, there was a man named Donald Trump that a lot of people didn't believe in. And here you go. So
I would have them chime in on my prediction of their fight. And if I picked against them, they could like chime in. Who knows, though? It's not a bad idea. It could be cool. It wouldn't be every time, but it'd be like it'd be like a one-off prediction video where for this one, someone would chime in. Could be a decent idea. Because I get a lot of fighters that are Jerusalem affiliated, but I'm not going to interview them before every fight, just viewership wise. I will say this. Have you guys seen Tim Elliott's Twitter posts? He had a fucking prostitute in his fucking hotel room.
Okay.
Some people in chat understand. Thank you very much. But he's not gay. No, that's not what he confirmed, you fucking idiot. Yes. Upper weight class. He wasn't even bulked for middleweight. He was a welterweight. So they wouldn't have done the submission position rule. I think because they saw Rampage do it, they kind of went, we have to have this in the sport, but we need to find a way to act like there's some kind of legal barrier to it. So sure, you can't slam someone on their head, but we need this in the sport. I think they... Fuck, and I don't like hypocritical bitches. What's Bisping's actual reason for hating Conor?
All right, here we go, right here. This is what we're talking about right here. He says, didn't they tease that Trump was going to run in 2012?
I can say it because I don't even know if it's true.
What happened in...
but here's what
happened in 2012, Marty, was that Obama was accused by Trump of not being born in the United States, and so Trump was insulted, and as a result, he decided to do something about it. You need a neon sign saying "Not the MMA Guru." That's what. Shout out to that. I could definitely use one like that. That would be interesting.
Consensus understanding was amongst the backstages of the MMA world. The consensus opinion was, I'll just say it because I'm not going to save it on like some blackmail shit. Apparently, there was like a massive argument between them. This is the dumb story I've been told. Apparently, Conor McGregor and Bisping had a bit of a beef. And during that beef, Conor McGregor sent some people to Bisping's house, not knowing that Bisping was staying with his parents at the time. Okay? This is the story. Not knowing that Bisping, while he was in the UK, was going to be staying with his parents. So Conor sent some people to his house to like teach him a fucking lesson, basically. Apparently, Bisping owed money to them or something along that or those lines. I don't know if that was just the justification for why they went over there or the reason they gave. But apparently, there were some people Bisping owed money to. Angry amongst them. Kinahans, maybe, situation, who knows. Conor sent people to his house, not knowing that he was staying with his parents in the house. And then the story is as to why McGregor has such disrespect for him is that when the people went into Bisping's house to confront him, Bisping apparently fled the house, leaving his parents in the house to deal with the people that came in while he fled. That is the story. I don't know if it's true. It might be complete utter bullshit. But that is the general understanding that I've come to about the whole Bisping and McGregor situation. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if Miss Bisping will ever clarify the story, but it may be. I don't know what it is, but it's something along those lines. It could be bullshit, though. It genuinely could be bullshit. That could be nuts. I don't know if some parts of it are true, some parts of it aren't. But you know how McGregor sent people to that girl's house? And then McGregor even sent people to that guy's house that recorded him and his wife having sex as well. I don't know if you guys are aware of that one, but that guy that recorded McGregor and his wife having sex in their house ended up going missing for a bit. You know, so there is some layers to it for sure. A lot of UK fighters are involved in all that, though. When you look at Till, but you know, not in all that level of stuff, but there's always shady stuff going on whenever there's like fighting involved and regional fight leagues being made and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Not Darren Till, but UK. Who's Tyson Fury? No, who was the guy that had a situation? I think Tommy Fury got into a situation with some weird gang. Fury had a similar situation as well. There's a lot of weird gangs that still exist in the UK that sort of live in that sort of amateur fight league world. It's very interesting. UK every time, but it'd be like it'd be like a one-off.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Prediction video where for this one, someone would chime in. Could be a decent idea. Because I get a lot of fighters that are Jerusalem affiliated, but I'm not.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
If you're a man who makes at least $150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your gut sticking out, I'll get you shredded or you won't pay a dime. I'm talking Chris Hemsworth's Thor or Brad Pitt in Fight Club level of ripped, and we're going to do so with an exclusive, fully tailored, white-gloved approach that the average Joe will never have access to. So keep watching. I'm John Matson, founder of Superhuman. We help high-income men get shredded without spending the entire day working out and putting chicken and lettuce in a plastic container like the broke gym junkie who has no life outside the gym. Financial success with a soft and weak body isn't winning. You can have all the money you want in your bank account, but if your body doesn't match up, your neighbors and coworkers...
I'm not going to interview him before every fight, you know?
All right, so we're up to the Brad Tavares fight right now. All right, man. Brad Tavares is sort of kicking in the door right now of being the most winned 185er of all time, right? So that's a statistic that he is looking to get at tonight, right? One of the most wins in a middleweight division, if you can really put that in proper perspective. So, Bryczek. All right, here we go. Robert Bryczek versus Brad Tavares. Brad Tavares looking to get the most wins in the middleweight division. All right, real excited for this matchup right here. Marty Miller says, do you think Borralho is the real deal? I think so, but tonight I don't think he's going to do very well, Marty Miller. I think the weight cuts, the constant weight cuts that he had to do back-to-back, I don't think it's going to help him tonight, in my humble opinion, my man. I think that, yeah, he's going to get smashed in tonight. But we'll see. We'll see. It is fighting by the end of the day. Anything can happen, but I don't feel too good about it, to be honest with you. Marty Miller says, well, I always respect your opinion. Somehow I haven't seen much about him. I've only watched his Cannonier fight. Yeah, man, he did great against Cannonier, but, you know, weight cutting is, yeah, it's going to be a problem, right? Just doing it at the pace that he's doing it and the continuation within the small amount of time. You know, people ask, why don't people fight more times in a year, right? Like you heard of Mike Tyson having 15 fights in his first year as a professional. Well, the reason for that is because he's a heavyweight. He's a small heavyweight at that. So he doesn't have to cut a lot of weight. But for these guys to fight only 3 times a year, if even that, it is the reason is because of just the weight cutting, right? So, but here's Brad Tavares right now circling right around Bryczek. Bryczek trying to walk him down. There's a 1-2 shot by Brad Tavares. As he hits him with a 1-2 shot, he goes and backs up. RDR fights 5 times per year. Is that right? Yeah, the weight cuts in a training camp. Yeah. Michael Bisping, interestingly enough, obviously he is in the commentary right now and sort of relevant to that story that I had just played earlier with MMA guru saying that Conor McGregor sent people to his house. So, oh, wow, there's Bryczek right there going for the finish. It looks like he's about to finish Brad Tavares. Wow, out of nowhere. Brad Tavares is protecting himself pretty well right now as they're clinched up. 3 minutes left into the first round. Yeah, and RDR is huge. Yeah, so the weight cuts that he has to go through would be a lot. Obviously, Kevin Holland fights that many times a year as well. So, which surprises me. I'm surprised that the heavyweights don't fight as often, right? Because if you think about it, heavyweight fighting is feasible due to the fact that, hey, you know what? These guys don't have to cut a lot of weight. So, oh, wow. Okay, here we go. He rocked Brad Tavares again. Oh, man, he's looking to finish Brad Tavares right here. Okay, now he's got a body lock right on him with about 2 minutes left into the first round. Marty says, I think it's also really mentally draining for a lot of guys, especially now with social media expectations. Yeah, that is also another thing, right? Like, this is what's really interesting about this era of fighting in comparison to the George St. Pierre era. I think that social media nowadays does play a factor into the fight stories, into the beef, and also into the anticipation of the fights and how the fights are uh, promoted and presented to the world. So there's a lot of pressure going into being a modern pro fighter for sure. Yeah, that's something a lot of people don't take into high consideration simply because we sort of take what we see on TV for granted. Like we see these guys are performing, we see these guys are fighting 2 to 3 times a year, but then reality hits and you start understanding, wow, these guys really have to go through a lot more than just the fights itself and more than just the weight cuts, the media aspect of it as well too. Fresh Melon Juice says, yeah, the amount of shit they have to take on a daily on social media must be horrible. And it depends on who you are and how you deal with it. Marty Miller says, right, and dealing with all the negativity that comes with it, especially if you're a guy that constantly looks for people's approval, right? If you constantly look for people's approval, you will never be happy online, right? Like the people that are constantly trying to get other people's approval all the time, I mean, those are the guys that suffer the worst when it comes to social media. But yeah, Marty Miller says one of the guys at our gym was supposed to fight that Wayne C kid a couple of months ago, and the social media stuff really got to him. Wow. Okay, so that I'm going to mark that one down, Marty Miller. That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting right there. That is interesting. He was getting harassed nonstop by Wayne C fans. Yeah, so that is crazy, right? And obviously you're talking about street beef, right? I'm assuming. Obviously that is the platform that that this guy is going to fight at, right? Um that is a lot to deal with. And I've seen something very similar to that on a high level this week, and that was with Tom Aspinall and Cyril Gahn. Now, thank the lucky stars for the Tom Aspinall fans that the fight is not happening in France. Okay, whereas in Abu Dhabi, it might be a little bit more of how do I say this, a neutral territory for them. So it might be a little bit more feasible for Tom Aspinall to deal with. Um, let's see here. Wayne C fights for Street Beef, but this was going to be a local promotion here. Oh, wow. Okay. So, wow, that's interesting. Street Beef's fighter going into a local promotion. Yeah. Yeah. And obviously, Street Beefs has a big platform, probably more so than other amateur or semi-pro, situations going on out there. And Wing C, that's a big name for the internet, and he's definitely going to have a lot of fans, and you got to learn to deal with that. Bigly, Fresh Melon Juice says. All right, so it looks like Brad Tavares has recovered rather quickly now than before. So, there's a bit of some recovery going on from the previous round. And, circling right around Bresky as Bryczek is circling him into a corner. Brad Tavares is actually doing a very good job of circling the cage right now. But not really doing much in the process. Marty Miller says he's fought for a couple of other small promotions, not just street beefs. Okay. All right, there's a takedown attempt right there. Okay, I'm reading your comment right here, Marty Miller, on the Mike Tyson Floyd Mayweather thing. Just read comments from a couple of different posts about the fight, and I think everyone agrees with us. I wouldn't be surprised if this fight gets scrapped because of the lack of interest. Yeah, you know what, man? That is interesting, right? That is interesting. I'm going to put wow. That is interesting, Marty Miller. And, instead of giving you a full sentence response, I'll just respond to it right now. Yeah. What if that fight gets scrapped because of the lack of interest? And that is not really that far-fetched to really believe, right? Because if you think about it, Mike Tyson is big on his own, but Floyd Mayweather is also big on its own. Or is he really? Because when you look at some of these exhibitions that he's done, right, it's starting to look like bingo halls now, right? Like how the mighty have fallen. He fought Conor McGregor at the T-Mobile Arena. They had a world tour about it. It was a very big event. Now all of a sudden, this is where Floyd Mayweather is at. Nobody really cares about Floyd Mayweather anymore. Okay? And the reason why nobody cares about him is not because he's not the greatest of all time. That's actually the reason why people don't care about him, is because he's the greatest of all time when it comes to evading the judges. Okay, so that's great for anticipation when he takes on the likes of Sugar Shane Mosley, when he takes on a prime Oscar De La Hoya, when he takes on Manuel Marquez, when he takes on Manny Pacquiao. There's an anticipation there because people know that there is something competitive in the Mosley fight, in the De La Hoya fight, which he's won all of them. Now, he wants to take that same undefeated streak, go on this world tour of exhibitions, and somehow make it seem like he's in something competitive again. People were only interested in seeing Floyd in a competitive setting. Mike Tyson, on the other hand, very heavy-handed, very exciting, has a great personality, so people are going to want to see him, but it is not the Mike Tyson of the 80s, and indicative of that in the Jake Paul fight. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it does get scrapped because of the lack of interest. And I think Mike needs to hang it up. Obviously, he needs to hang it up. And Floyd, he definitely needs to hang it up. But how are you going to say no to a man that's constantly getting offers to do these exhibitions? And yeah, man, how do you hate Floyd for that? But it doesn't mean you're going to go watch it, right? Like the Prince of the Emirates or Saudi Arabia can pay to see this man in an exhibition, but it doesn't mean you want to see him in an exhibition, and that's just really what it comes down to. Fresh Melon Juice says, I'm trying to make retarded normal. Okay, well, yeah. Jake Paul versus Tank is also undeveloped, as Fresh Melon Juice says. Yeah, it's a joke. That's what I'm saying. It's an exhibition, right? Like there's just the size advantage that Jake has, and then on top of that, there's a possibility that he could knock Tank Davis out. And how is that going to help Tank Davis going into a fight that he supposedly is supposed to go into with Lamont Roach? Say it, man. Yeah. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Say the word. I can't say the word, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's you know, like if anything, you know, you're kind of bordering line in me uh erasing, you know, those particular comments. I thought Tank versus Paul was an exhibition too. It is. It is. It's an obvious exhibition, and they're just there to pick up the bag. And then after they pick up the bag, they're going to go on to their own ventures, which is Jake Paul fighting for cruiserweight championships or any type of championships that are out there, light heavyweight championships. I don't know how he's going to do that if Bivol and Arthur better be ever in the mix. That's a very bad fight for him. Um, But yeah, not a very good fight for him. Yeah. So, okay, there's a nice body kick right there by Brad Tavares. I hope Brad Tavares pulls through with this, man. You know, this guy has been fighting in the UFC for quite some time. It would be really great to see him come off with a victory on this one. Fresh says, "Why don't you want normal people and challenge people to be on the same level and normal, or do you want to keep them on a distance?" I don't know about keeping them on a distance. I think you just got to deal with them in the appropriate way that they need to be dealt with in terms of help and assistance that they need. Right? I mean, you would think that in a very humane society that we live in, that is something that we should push, but you know, hey, that's just me. Oh wow, there's Brad Tavares right there getting battered right now. What is this? Is he going for the finish? Wow, I can't believe it. He finishes Brad Tavares. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. He gets the finish on Brad Tavares. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that took a lot of big shots to get that done right there, but he got it done nonetheless. Great job on the part of Robert Brayshek right there. He gets a TKO win. And yeah, I really wanted Brad Tavares to win this one, but you know, it is what it is. Boom, there's a straight shot right there. All right, there's a little bit of these hammer fists that he was going to finish with. Yeah, this is a straight shot that did it, and then you know he got the finish right there. Yeah, the black bus stabber. Oh, okay. I don't understand what you're trying to say with that. Is the black bus stabber mentally challenged? I don't know who that is. You're going to have to elaborate with me a little bit on who that is exactly. All right, here we go. Why did we close them? Do we need mental asylums to open? And why did you know what? I think the reason why why they closed down mental asylums is because of the fact that they felt that it was a budget issue, right? With the current Trump administration right now, you better believe that there's a lot of cuts coming, right? And a lot of them are also for mentally challenged children at some degree, right? Now, I don't know to what degree, but budget cuts are a factor. So he says Robert Bryczek says, "I'm not surprised, mother effers." All right, so not now. They were closed in the 1950s and continue through the 1970s and beyond. They replaced them with antipsychotic medications. Well, there you go, right? So that sort of makes sense. They paved the way for the pharmaceutical industry to sort of prosper in that, and it's working great. Well, what do you think about that? Do you think that antipsychotic medications are useful in that degree? And if so, let me know. I mean, is it more so useful than, let's say, an actual insane asylum of some sort? But yeah. Watch Clown says, you should join. You probably could have won it all. Okay, the Mecca week is here. What is that? The Mecca week one is is here. Let me know what that is. Well, you have to trust that crazy people take them every day. There you go, right? But is it helping them in any kind of way? You should have joined. You could have probably won it all. What one what exactly? Watch the clown show. Let me know exactly what you mean by that. All right, so the next matchup we got coming up, what is this next matchup we got coming up right now? Wow, yeah, 6'3", 6'5". All right, so right now it is Sam Patterson taking on Trey Waters. They are now walking out into the cage right now. So yeah, less than an hour, and we already got how many fights? 1, 2, 3. We're already on the fourth fight in less than an hour going into this. So okay. All right, man. So here's Trey Waters walking into the cage right now. Watch Crown Show says the Mecca is a competition based on fight picks. It takes weeks. You start off on a team and risk being voted off by your own teammates if you are in the bottom. Oh, okay. Very interesting concept. Okay, so it is basically a fight picking type of competition. Okay, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Where did they have that going on? Watch Clown Show. Is that in Sherdog or Tapology or something to that extent? Let me know, my man. All right, here's Sam Patterson now walking into the cage. Yeah, it's on Tapology, but the teams have been drafted already. Ah, okay, okay. I think one of my YouTube allies, Giralmo, is in that. Yeah, I think he's in that. So yeah, that should be interesting. Very interesting concept they got going on there. All right. So here's Sam Patterson set to walk out right now. All right. As Sam Patterson is walking out, let me play you guys a video I made just a couple of days ago. All right. I'll be right back.
Prop 50 threatens what voters built. Voters approved an independent commission to create fair election districts. Prop 50 destroys this good work. It's a direct attack on democracy that tears away the power of choice. Protect democracy. No on 50.
What I will say is the constant trend of freak show fights that we are now. All right, here we go. Just when combat sports could not get any more stranger, now we got Mike Tyson versus Floyd Mayweather. Now, all right, more on that in a second. We're going to get to these fights right now. All right, round number one. Sam Patterson versus Waters. Trey Waters. No touch into the gloves there. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Trey. Yeah, very two tall welterweights, right? 6'3", Sam Patterson, 6'5", Trey Waters, 170. Yeah, very big guys at this weight class for sure. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Sam Patterson. Good one. Oh, wow, there's a nice leg kick right there by Waters again. All right, there's a jab attempt to the body by Sam Patterson there. Technique that's not usually applied a lot, right? Applied a lot is the jab to the body. Although it is high risk, going down to the body can kind of open you up. So, oh, there's a nice shot right there by 1-2 shot. Oh, by Sam Patterson. He's got him rocked. Oh, he's looking to finish. He's looking to finish Trey Waters right now. Oh my goodness, he's looking to finish Trey Waters. Oh, that is it. That is it. Sam Patterson gets the finish right there. Wow. Amazing finish. Yeah, the legs buckled on that one, man. Wow, yeah, 4 first-round finishes right there by Sam Patterson. Look at this. Wow. Oh, wow, man, the referee had no idea who that was, man. That's crazy, man. Yeah, he had no idea who yeah, no, 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 I'm sorry. Trey Waters had no idea who the referee was. That's crazy. Wow. All right, let's check this news clip out right here from Chicago.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up the competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using this with the startups that I work with to look up what channels the top competitors are using to market their company, as well as finding the campaigns which are driving.
Kathleen Miles only works downtown 1 day a week. Today, she's still suffering the consequences of that random attack, but it is what she found out about the person who prosecutors say did it that has led her to speak out.
He hit me with such force.
Sitting at home in Lake Villa today, Kathy Miles admits the last thing she remembers before her attack on August the 19th is walking past Block 37 in the Loop on the way to Union Station.
I woke up and my coworker was standing above me saying, "You're okay. We're in the hospital. You've been assaulted."
She then passed out again.
The next thing I remember is my daughter, Deanna, saying, "Hi, Mama. I'm here. You're okay."
And while she doesn't remember what happened, a colleague who was walking with her at the time told her this.
She had said this man came in between the two of us, shoved us apart, and then hit me in the face.
That punch left Miles with several broken bones in her face, as well as a concussion. According to police, she was assaulted by 32-year-old William Livingston. A record search produced 13 mugshots of Livingston going back to 2012. A large number of those arrests for aggravated assault and battery of both women and police officers.
Yeah, hey, this dude definitely looks like he would punch you in the face one time. You know what I mean? For whatever reason, right? He looks like a type of dude that would just punch anybody for no reason.
Something Miles found out after the fact.
Like, what is enough? You know, what does someone have to do where they're going to be held accountable?
According to online records, Livingston's history of random acts of violence against women goes back 8 years. In 2017, he was accused of randomly attacking 2 women months apart. Both cases were dropped. In 2022, Livingston was sentenced to 5 years in prison after prosecutors said he punched and attempted to rob 4 women within 20 minutes in the Loop. And yet, just 14 months later, in 2023, while on parole, Livingston was arrested for hitting a woman in the face on North Michigan Avenue. And in 2024, he was sentenced to 100 days in prison after punching a 15.
I mean, yes, and that's a little too much, man. This dude is way too much for real.
15-year-old girl, also on North Michigan Avenue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. What an unfortunate, unfortunate, sick world that we live in today. But yeah, man. Horrible, horrible. Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning is behind that, what motivated him to do that, or why. But it is what it is, unfortunately. So. But all right, man. Shout out to Sam Patterson. With that win, he, yeah. I was gonna say something a little bit insensitive there, but Yeah, four first round stoppages by this guy. That is amazing so far. All right. Well, Benoit Saint Denis, is he up next? I didn't. Let me look at the lineup here real quick. Oh wait, no, he's the main co-main event. Okay, sorry. What do we have next? We got Harry Hardwick, and then Marcin Tybura. Ooh, that's something I'm looking forward to. Omar Sy. Yeah, looking forward to that one. Yeah, so about 1 hour and 30 minutes left for before the main event. So, all right, let's go back to my video with Rampage. Actually, you know what? Let's go back to UFC China with Johnny Walker's win. Where is Johnny?
Down. Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks.
All it took was that one calf kick to put down Zhang. And Walker, man, listen, he was getting battered with some leg kicks himself during the fight. Now, how about this? In the first round, he tried to do a Chimaev, tried to shoot in literally in the first second of the fight while there was a fist bump going on. Now, some will argue that, you know what, a fist bump is nothing more than just range finding, and I tend to agree with that. I also think that when someone is touching your shoulder like this, pre-fight face-off, while the referee's giving you instructions, they're literally measuring your range, right? So, yeah, that's why I wouldn't do any fist bumps or any touching of that matter before a pre-fight face-off or anything like that, or even a fist bump before the fight itself. Why? Because you are susceptible to a lot of things that you should not be susceptible to, such as range finding. But on any regard, it was a great back and forth. Obviously, the first round, I gave it to Zhang. But then in the second round, here comes Johnny Walker with just one kick and ultimately changes the entire dynamic of the game. Now, here's another thing that I was sort of concerned about, right? I felt like Marc Goddard was letting the shots go way too much. And I thought to myself, man, listen, this is not smart for him to allow these shots to continue on and continue on. But he gave Zhang an opportunity to try and fight back. And as a result, he wasn't able to comply. And, well, there it is. Now, congratulations to Johnny Walker. He got the win. And Zhang, unfortunately, took a big loss in his hometown. So, okay, we talked about the controversy of the stoppage with Marc Goddard. What was he thinking, right? We talked about the leg kicks, right? The comeback of Johnny Walker and being the fact that, hey, you know what? He's a 50-50 kind of fighter, a blood and guts, do or die type of fighter. And it really reflects upon his fighting and the results of his fights. And this is one of them. So that is the Johnny Walker fight. What is next for him? I think he's just going to continue to be in fun fights. He's not going to be a title contender anytime soon. For crying out loud, this was number 13 versus number 14. Still, they are ranked nonetheless. It is a great fight because of that, a ranking involved, but it's not top 10, and that's indicative of the performance overall, even though it was a very entertaining fight. Brian Ortega got outstruck by Aljamain Sterling, and at the end, Aljamain Sterling was actually able to land a leg kick. And then on top of it, how about just the nasty tweets that his ex had said after, saying that, well, this is what happens when you don't, really want to change, or don't really make an effort to, be a grown man and try something new or something different, something to that extent. But this, that, and the other. But yeah, on any regard, yeah, great performance by Aljamain Sterling. Outstruck him and then outgrappled him in the end. That was the story of the fight. Sergey Pavlovich gets a decision over Waldo Acosta. And what else? What else did we have in the in the whole card? We're going to go through the whole card right now to, kind of give you the results and the outcomes. So where were we? Sergey Pavlovich by decision. Sumarez gets a decision over Kevin Borjas, right? Just using his range all throughout the fight. Better striking in that regard. Was able to use his movement, stance switching, and creative striking that was a little bit too unconventional for Kevin Borjas. Now, to Naraji versus Crosby. Naraji gets a knockout first round TKO against.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money.
Let's say we had a small town of 10,000 people. Doesn't matter where, just somewhere where the people generally shared the same customs, the same political, economic, and legal systems, as well as general attitudes about property. Social behavior. And then we all of a sudden infuse that small town with 1,000 newcomers who had very different political, economic, legal, faith.
So in this segment, we're going to look at and see if the UK is heading into civil war, while we also check out Hardwick versus Fernandes going on right now. Let's check it out.
And social traditions and customs. Do you think that it might lead to some degree of social upheaval just by the very nature of the fact that they have very different worldviews? What if the percentage of crimes being committed went up significantly and were disproportionately committed by the 1,000 new arrivals? What if the way the police and courts enforce the laws of the land appeared to noticeably favor the newcomers over the original inhabitants? And what if voicing concerns about this publicly and on social media could result not just in public backlash and accusations of bigotry, but could actually land you in jail and with sizable fines? Do you suppose that any of this might cause problems? Maybe a sense of distrust and animosity? If your answer is yes, then you can understand why the UK may be heading to large-scale civil unrest, if not outright civil war, in the not-so-distant future. Because according to the British Office of National Statistics, over the last 10 years, nearly 7.5 million non-British immigrants have come to the UK through a variety of legal and illegal mechanisms, which equals close to 10% of the entire population of the country. But non-British immigrants does not necessarily mean a departure from all important customs and traditions, right? So where did the vast majority of these immigrants come from? Well, in 2023 alone, 250,000 people came from India, 141,000 from Nigeria, 90,000 from China, 83,000 from Pakistan, and 36,000.
In all honesty, that is a lot. That is a lot of people, especially, look, that number is not a lot for an American immigration, right? But if you're talking about like immigration in England, where there's a smaller piece of land, right? that has to affect their economy in some kind of way. And I don't know if that would be for the positive or negative. You would have to ask economic experts on that particular subject.
From Zimbabwe. Other non-EU countries include Afghanistan, Iran, and Vietnam, which contributed smaller but notable numbers, particularly via asylum routes. Afghans made up 17% of small boat arrivals in 2024 alone. Now, many of these arrivals have been students, workers, or family members, but there is an ever-growing portion that have come in the form of illegal channel crossings. And you would be hard-pressed to claim that the countries and cultures that most of these immigrants come from bear any resemblance to the UK. So this begs the question, is assimilation happening? Well, far from assimilating into British culture, the vast numbers with which people have arrived has instead created large foreign enclaves within the UK, which is made obvious by clicking through the various ethnic groups on this interactive map provided by the Office of National Statistics. Furthermore, when we look at the UK prison system and measure it by the incarceration rate per 1,000 foreign nationals, we can begin to see another pretty obvious problem. And on top of obvious cultural and crime-related problems, there's also an economic cost to accompany the apparent cost in social cohesion. While many sites will claim that most immigrants are not eligible for most mainstream public welfare services, this does not seem to take into account the various ways that the system can be scammed or manipulated. In fact, some of the same organizations that assure British citizens that migrants can't access forms of public assistance also consider that to be a bad thing and openly advocate for them to be able to access those programs, while also ignoring that an ever-growing number of people from places like Afghanistan, Somalia, and Pakistan.
Fresh Melon Juice says, if you risk your life on a little boat like that, you should give a chance to make your case. You should be given a chance. Wow, you know what, man? That's very. I mean, I didn't expect that from you, Fresh. I would have thought you would have more of like an anti-immigration stance, or at least maybe a reasonable one. But I don't know. I never really knew your stance on immigration. But that's an interesting take there, Fresh.
And all seem to have made it quite a long distance from their own countries before they finally seek asylum within the United Kingdom. And why are they seeking asylum in the UK? Well, because you will get housing, food, money, phones, all on the public dime while they assess your asylum claim. And you have a better than 50-50 chance that they will approve it, which will then open you up to more public assistance programs. Add to all of these factors the fact that many in the British government, police force, and state-subsidized media seem far more interested in policing Brits for angry tweets than they do going after illegal immigration, criminals, and grooming gangs. And you create the impression that the British government not only wants what is happening to happen, but is and has been openly facilitating it for years. So, is the UK headed to civil war? Well, let's ask ourselves a very basic question. If pleading doesn't work, if protesting doesn't work, if voting doesn't work, then what other options are left to an exacerbated population who feels ignored and neglected in their own country? And let's hope that someone not only starts listening, but actually starts doing something about it soon. Because truth be told, the UK used to have one of the most effective and impressive immigration systems in the world. But that was back when it was a system that valued its own country's traditions and culture. So maybe it's time to try that again.
Got in a car accident.
All right, so there you go. Right now we are on round one with Hardwick and Fernandes right after that video. Yeah, I tell you what, there seems to be a lot of talk of riots and civil war going on in the UK. And I wonder why the media is pushing that, or why is it that the algorithm is pushing that? And that kind of makes me wonder and a little bit nervous. Fresh Melon says a chance, meaning betting before taking from the country. Okay, I see what you're saying. So basically give them a chance beforehand, see where they stand, see where they're at. And yeah, I see what you're saying, Fresh. But all right, here we go. Hardwick versus Fernandes going on right now. All right, so they're swinging wildly right here. All right, here we go. Making sure my mic is working right here. Wow, man, yeah, Fernandes has a very elusive style, very creative in the way that he goes about his stance right here. Okay, there's a nice leg kick right there by Fernandes. That cracked him. Oh, there's another one. That really cracked him right there. Oh, he is limping badly from those leg kicks right there. And Fernandes is just looking at him like this, like, what are you going to do while he's leg kicking him? Oh, there's a high kick right there. Very good kicks on the part of Fernandes right here. Yeah, he needs to keep going on those legs right there. He was really doing a number on him with those leg kicks. Oh, there's another one. Okay, yeah, he's limping bad right now. Oh, there's a spinning back fist right there. I'm anticipating we're going to get an early stoppage on this one right here. Oh, there's a nice one right there. Oh, oh, wow, that's it. He can't get up. Herb Dean. That's it. Wow. He couldn't get up on that one. Wow. He leg kicked him to a finish. Shout out to Fernandes on that one, man. He leg kicked Hardwick to a finish. Yeah, this is what you do to someone who's taken a fight on 5 days notice right there, right? Shout out to Fernandes for that one, man. He really did a number on homie here. He absolutely did a number on homie here. Yeah, man, those are some devastating leg kicks right there. All right, so yeah, that is the end of that fight. All right, we're gonna go back 3 days ago in my last live stream about Raja and Rampage, right? So okay, and because we have an early finish, you know that they're going to have some long commercials. So in the meantime, I'm going to play this right here. Hold on, let me see here. Okay, let's share this right here. Wow, the 19th leg finish. Yeah, the 19th ever leg kick. Well, you know, Muslims, we wake up for morning prayer. We do that, and it's a good way to start the day. Milky John says, hello. Hello, how are you guys, man? You know, very glad to be back here. And we've got some new news on the chronicles of Roger Jackson, because I'm going to be honest with you guys. For a long time during this particular case, I honestly believe that Roger Jackson was not going to be arrested. I didn't think that he was going to be arrested. And I'm going to give you several reasons why I don't think he was going to get arrested. Okay. One of the reasons why I never thought Raja could get arrested is because I've seen people get beat down in the United States, across New York, New Jersey, Baltimore, Ohio, California, in particular California, because this is the relevance to this particular case. There's guys that get beat up every day. There's guys that handle their business every day, and nothing happens because nobody cooperates and nobody is speaking to the police, right? So I guess in that case, you could say that this is a reason why arrests don't happen, because there's just not enough people that come forward with certain situations, right? With this case, Doug Malo. Do you guys know who Doug Malo is? Well, he's the gentleman that's on the thumbnail that is stopping Raja, right? The long-haired gentleman. He was one of the wrestlers that tried to stop Raja from beating up Stu. So he talked to LAPD, and then he talked about it on a podcast. Okay, well, let me just preface this by playing the actual podcast itself, right, regarding this particular topic. Milky John says, okay. All right, so let's see here. Doug Malo. By the way, before all of this happened with Doug Malo, by the way, the name is the Scaling Up podcast, okay? Before Doug Malo. All right, so super loud. Before Doug Malo.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
This is primary Julian secondary. Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them. It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
It is a free-for-all. We'll get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and center. It's just something that you can't get anywhere else. It's just the rush like no other.
Everybody's on this journey and writing their own stories, and that is probably the simplest way I can describe it.
Things continue to change and evolve. It's awesome. I love it. Part of Eve.
Hi, my name is Matt, and today I'm here to tell you all about Replit in just 60 seconds. Replit is the fastest way to go from idea to application. It's the most secure, professional way to vibe code. It's the perfect place to prototype your next idea or even build your first app. Replit allows you to build and share amazing ideas with just natural language. It lives in your browser, so there's no installation or configuration necessary. You can use Replit Agent, our AI native developer, to bring your ideas to reality with just a single prompt. Even if you've never built or deployed an application before, Replit's AI native tools can help get you there. We take care of all the hard stuff. That includes things like storing sensitive data or secrets management, storing data persistently, like databases or object storage, and even deploying your application. These tools are all built into Replit in a secure, safe environment. When you're happy with what you've built, Replit deployments make it easy to take what you've built and deploy it live to the internet in just a few clicks. Best of all, with our mobile app, anything you can do on Replit.com, you can do on your phone. Again, I'm Matt, and this has been Replit in 60 seconds.
Before Doug Malo dealt with this situation, he had maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 subscribers on his page, on his YouTube page. Now he's up to 9,000. Okay, now you want to talk about, an instant boost. Doug Malo got an instant boost out of this, in which that he cannot deny. But also, look, let's listen to this podcast because
welcome to episode 35 of the Scaling Up Podcast.
Because this right here is going to give you an indication of exactly what is happening and why Roger Jackson is going to get arrested based on the conversation that Doug Malo had with LAPD. Okay.
From last week, kind of talk about.
Mars says, "What's good, my man? What's good, my man? We have some updates on this particular matter." Okay, and I honestly believe that Raja is going to get locked up. At first, I didn't think that it was going to happen, but after this conversation, I'm a little bit more convinced, leaning towards the other side, that he could get arrested, and you need to hear this to know exactly why.
New updates. So first things first, Raja Jackson has not been arrested yet. And Doug, you've been talking to detectives. So what can you tell us from those conversations that you've had?
So here it is, right? Doug has been talking to the detectives. And by the way, for those of you that don't know Doug, let me give you guys a visual, right? It's this gentleman right here, okay? This gentleman right here, this Viking-looking gentleman right here is the subject matter at hand that we are discussing right now. So he was the one that tried to stop Roger Jackson from attacking Stu. So Fresh Melon Juice says, because he almost murdered a man. Okay, so do you guys know who Wes Watson is? If anybody knows who Wes Watson is, hit the one button on the chat if you guys know who he is. What's the video called? The video is called Doug Malo Confirms Raja Jackson is Getting Arrested. And it is from the Scaling Up podcast. So that is the, yes, that is the, okay. So Wes Watson is a social media influencer, right? He was a prisoner who got locked up. I don't know what he got locked up for. I don't know much about the guy either, other than he's an influencer, right? Mars says, yeah, I know Wes. He beat up some guy in the gym. No? Yes, yes. And Mars, I'm going to pin your comment down. That's the first comment that's pinned today. And the reason why I pinned your comment is because after that beatdown, Mars, it literally took Miami PD or whatever jurisdiction was responsible for that incident, literally 2 months before they could make an arrest with Wes Watson. And Marty Miller says he used a weapon as well. Yeah, he used what I believe was his weightlifting belt, right? He took off his weightlifting belt and then, you know, basically smashed it. Let me give a visual of the WWE belt here, just so we can, you know, get a wrestling, you know, theme going on here, right? So yes, he used the weapon, Marty Miller, and that's even worse than Raja Jackson. Wouldn't you agree? It's worse. And then Fresh Melendry says Raja is MMA trained. Yeah, that's worse too, but not as worse as Wes using an actual weapon that, I mean, a weapon is a weapon. Look, man, I could get whipped with a strap all day. For me, it would not hurt as much as Khabib raining down ground and pound punches on me, or better yet, Brock Lesnar or Khamzat, unless, of course, you're Drickus. But everybody else gets ground and pounded to death by Khamzat, and there's no way around that. But other than that, yeah, it's a weapon. So Fallen Leaf says LAPD is notoriously slow. Oh, yeah, right? I mean, the Biggie case, let's talk about that, right? You want to talk about slow and the slow-moving parts that are, you know, known for that. Raja will get arrested in time. Yeah, so this interview right here, this podcast absolutely convinced me of that, because let me tell you, man, I'm first of all, I'm going to make no bones about it. I'm Team Raja, right? You know, just like how professional wrestlers look out for their guys and the people in their brotherhood, we as MMA people, we look out for our fellow brothers that have fought in the cage and this, that, and the other, even if they are our ops or they are our, you know, top enemy, or, you know, or something like that, or our top opponent or our upcoming opponent, right? We're always going to side with the MMA guy when it comes to outsiders, just like pro wrestlers. So Doug Malo, let's hear what he has to say and what LAPD detectives have informed him of these situations. And I'm going to mark that comment right there by Fallen Leaves. Yes, because LAPD is notoriously slow. And he said that Raja will get arrested in time. And that is unfortunate for those that do support Raja. And let's get to it.
Oh, what are you two doing here?
Honey, we talked about this.
The apocalypse called. They don't need this much toilet paper.
Don't worry, Tom. It's hard not to stock up here. With deals this good, you're saving big.
Wait a second. These prices? You're kidding. Tom, you missed a bunch of stuff. I'll be right back.
Great, now you're both shopping for the apocalypse.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
When things go terribly wrong, people want to know why God let it happen.
I'm gonna take their money so we can have a better life.
My blood's been splattered because of this crew. It's personal.
Any updates? Will Raja Jackson be arrested from what you're hearing?
Yeah, I think there's not a doubt in my mind. Everything's on tape, on video. It's premeditated.
Okay, so this is where I sort of have a problem with this, right? The first question asked by the host of the Scaling Up podcast to Doug will he get arrested? And then Doug vehemently comes out and says, well, there is no doubt in my mind. Well, you should have doubt in your mind because the law doesn't necessarily work with definitive things unless it's the actual date of, the jury's choice and what the jury's selection, what the jury's decision is on top of, the evidence that has already been presented to court. Now, obviously, none of those things have happened yet. So you must always remain skeptical until the time being. Mars says, I don't think we should support people because of our own personal biases. Mars, you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. We should not support people based on our biasness. But at the same time, we also have to be very honest about where we stand on certain things, right? Fresh Melon Juice says, it's a habit for minorities. You know what? I tell you what, Fresh Melon Juice, that is true, okay? You know what, Fresh? I think a lot of minorities who are reading what you said right now would absolutely be offended by what you said, okay? Me, not included. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it is true. It is true. You say that it's a habit for minorities. I think that, pin it. Oh, which one? The comment with Fresh? Okay, so I'm going to pin that. Now, look, I agree with that statement. Now, do I like that statement? No, there's two differences that we have to understand here, right? I agree with that statement because it's factually true based on the anecdotal experience that I've had, on top of the fact that, well, look, let me just put it like this, right? The difference between white boys and minorities when it comes to, let's say, dealing with parents, right? I've often noticed that in the minority community, if a parent was somewhat abusive or somewhat very verbally verbally condescending or things of this nature, or just overall dismissive, right? And then they had a bad upbringing, right? I want you to reference this, okay? The Tupac song Dear Mama. Dear Mama, you always was, even though you was a crack fiend, mama, you always was a black queen, mama, versus Eminem. I'm cleaning out my closet. Yeah, I'm cleaning out my closet. And what does Eminem rap about? He says that, I don't want my daughter to even see you at your funeral. Now, if you look at Eminem's past, okay, and what he went through with his parents, it is indefensible, the things that Eminem's mom has done to him. And what does he do? He doesn't go out and defend his mom in any kind of way. He tells it like it is, right? Whereas with Tupac, okay, his mom was a crack fiend, which means that she probably spent his life savings, okay, probably wasn't able to, afford to go to that Baltimore School of Arts, at a certain time. He probably had to leave that place because they couldn't afford it. So she's still, a queen to your eyes. You see what I'm saying? So it's true. It's a tribe mentality, Marty Miller says. Mar says, I think everyone, TBH, what does TBH mean? Yeah, I do it too sometimes, but I don't think it's right. Correct. Yeah. Marty Miller says, perfect Eminem impression. LOL. Man, you've been a long time Eminem fan. I think that if you listen to his music long enough, yeah, you would know. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But I hope that kind of explains, the mentality of some people when it comes to these types of subject matters at hand. O.J. Simpson, for example, look, man, when was the O.J. Simpson case? 93, 94. So I was about 8 or 9 years old, was the first time that I really learned about American race relations in my face. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I mean by that. When I went to elementary school in Union, New Jersey, shout out to Union, New Jersey, in Franklin Elementary, New Jersey, okay, class of 96 elementary year. During the O.J. Simpson case, all the white kids vehemently said that O.J. Simpson was guilty, and they probably learned this from their parents. Guess what? All the black kids, they were all supporting O.J. Simpson, right? So I learned firsthand what tribalism meant, and that right there was the beginning of the race whisperer. You know what I mean? Because I had the white side, the black side, and they gave me their opinion on these matters at hand, and they let me know exactly what America's race relation was going to be for the next coming 30 years at that point. So Mars says, don't you think having lower expectations for race is in? Don't you think having a lower expectation for a race is in it of itself racist? Well, okay, understand this, Mars. We all have our own anecdotal experience. This is not in any way to generalize anybody. Now, obviously, there's Black folks out there that will call out their parents on being abusive, you know, in the same way that many white people do. Look, I'll tell you this, right? You want to talk about, you know, at the end of your life, one of my first jobs when I first came to California was I worked as a nursing assistant at a hospice. Now, for those of you that don't know what a hospice is, it is literally a facility where people go to die, okay, where people live out their last days. And let me tell you what I noticed. And by the way, this was in Stockton. Okay, shout out to Stockton 209. You know what I mean? So when I was working in this facility, I noticed that the residents, the majority of the residents and the patients were white. Okay, let me tell you why that's significant. Stockton is not a white town. It's not the way Sacramento is, not the way other parts of California are. Stockton is a Latino and an Asian majority, and even the Black folks in Stockton are somewhat of a minority, okay, if you can believe that, right? So the majority of them were white. Why is that? Because let's just say that the boomer generation, they have, man, you know, the Gen X and the boomers, in particular, white boomers and white Gen Xers, they just have this clash going on. So it is no wonder they're throwing their elder parents at a nursing home, whereas you look at other minorities in Stockton, right, whether they were Filipino, Cambodian, Mexican, Honduras, and things of that nature, right? They were taking care of their parents at their home, whereas the white kids were, you know, throwing their parents at a residence home by the time they were of a certain age. So yeah, Mars, I get what you're saying. Mars says, I just don't get why we should take it easy on Raja just because we're MMA fans. All right. All right. Well, looks like I missed a first round knockout there. Let me see what we missed here. Oh wow. Okay. All right. All right, so Ante gets a knockout victory over Marcin Tybura. Yeah, very impressive debut right there. Let me see if I could get a replay off of that real quick. Let me see here. Let's see, missed that fight. Sorry, I had some things going on while I was wow, didn't these guys fight at I thought these guys fought in like K1 or something. I don't know. Let me see here. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. I got the I'm gonna rewatch that 1 minute, that 1 round fight. Let's see how this goes. Oh wait, no, they don't even no, this is not even it. All right, well, Ante got that knockout right there. Great debut, by the way. So this is great. At least now the heavyweight division is going to get even more stacked. So there it is, man. All right. I'll see you guys in a second. I'll be right back. He says, weird, huh? This dude might be facing his sparring partner in the future, Tom Aspinall. That's what I'm saying. So this is great for the heavyweight division, right? But Tom Aspinall seems to have all the top heavyweights in his camp. But all right. All right, there we go, man. First round. Weird. Huh. Yeah, it was. What's weird? This oh wow. Boom. Yeah, that's the heavyweight division for you, man. Finishes can happen at any time. All right, guys, I'll be right back. There's a lot of MMA people that are not in support of Raja, but the reason why I'm in support of Raja, number one, he's a California guy, right? I stand up for all my California guys. Number two, I mean, I've always been a fan of Rampage. I'm not necessarily a fan of Rampage's, parenting style or even his personality. Like, I honestly think like Rampage is somewhat of a bully. I also think that he's a self-hating black man. If you don't want to put it like that. I'm going to tell you why I think he's a self-hating black man. Look, he flat out said that he's going to give his Japanese kids, tuition money, whereas with his black kids, in particular Raja, he was going to save bail money. If that isn't racist in and of itself, right? But, Mumu says Raja shouldn't go to prison. He should be given a 1-fight contract to fight Derek Lewis, the knockout king. A little inhumane, don't you think? You're sounding like, where's fresh melon juice with the Pantoja, heavyweights matchup that he always tries to put Pantoja in. That's very similar to that. Raja is a 155 fighter, and obviously Derek Lewis is super heavyweight, right? Super heavyweight when he's not training, when he's not, up for a fight, and a heavyweight on fight day. Ray's Again says, are you Muslim? Yes, I am. A shout out to you, Ray's Again. This is the first time I've seen you here. Let me know what part of the world you are from. And then he says, hi. Hot Fiba says, why is this still a topic? Well, the reason why this is still a topic is because whenever Rampage comes out and says something, he keeps this particular story alive. Also, Doug Malo just came out with a podcast, which I'm going to have you guys listen to, and then you guys are going to hear exactly why I changed my mind in terms of Raja actually going to prison. Now, do I want him to go to prison? No, I don't. I don't, that's just not how I was raised, bro. I'm not raised to go and wish prison upon anybody. Now, if you got a problem with a person, okay, you don't handle it with the cops, at least where I'm from and what I stand for and this and that. That's just not what I do. But the law is the law, and there's nothing that we can do about that if they decide to go and lock him up. So Mars says he should fight Derek Lewis with Mario Yamasaki as a ref. Oh my goodness, man. Y'all crazy for that. Fresh Melon Juice says hot, okay, hot 5. New topic, the GOP U-turn on the Epstein matter. Now, it's not the Democrats' hoax. It's the worst thing possible with an elite pedos and foreign intelligence. Okay, I will be bringing up that subject at some time, for sure. Rhys says he's in Asia. Okay, let me know what part of Asia you are from. Emmanuel says, this sounds backwards. Raja is grown and you're blaming his dad for his overreacting. You can't be serious. Okay, so check this out, right? Rampage is not the one. Let me make this very clear. Rampage is not the one who beat up Stu, okay? That is 100% agreed upon with rational-minded people. That is a fact. He's not the one that did it. Now, is Rampage responsible for creating a monster? And the answer is yes. You're not. There is no debate about that. I have seen fathers like Rampage Jackson from the hood. Look, here's a complicated matter of this, right? Rampage Jackson is a California fighter. I'm going to ride and die with him. For those people that are threatening him online, that are, you know, sending racist jokes and or just, you know, threatening his life and his family. Listen, bro, if you ran across me, I'm going to defend Rampage. And by any means necessary, I'm going to defend Rampage. But it doesn't mean that I don't think that he's a bad father. So let's understand that, right? For those of you that may not understand nuances, number one, I think Rampage is a bad father, and I don't care if he goes and fights me for that. I'm going to tell him exactly why, you know, fighting me or beating me up or getting beat up by me is not going to change that reality. The other reality is that Rampage is a California guy, and I'm going to back him up based on that alone. But I'm still going to tell him, dog, listen, I'm going to come save your life if your family comes and, you know, and gets, I don't know, kidnapped or, you know, or ransomed or this and that. I'm going to ride for him, but I'm still going to tell him you're a bad father because of the fact that you talk to your son in a way that, you know, as if he's your homie, not even your homie. I don't even talk to my homies in the way that Rampage does with the level of disrespect that he puts on him. So it is no wonder that Raja has become a menace to society as a result of that. Mars says, issues is he's a danger to other people if he roams free. You know what?
Hey, it's your Sandman here. Down here. I bet you didn't know getting rid of your old mattress was so easy. Your retailer can pick it up when they deliver your new one. Drop it off at a participating Bye Bye Mattress location, or contact your city about curbside pickup. Then your old mattress may be recycled into lots of new, useful things. It's like a big old swipe right for the earth. Visit buybuymattress.com for details.
This version of me. Okay, people. The countdown is on to an all-new season of The View. The most watched, Emmy-nominated #1 daytime talk show. It's The View. Oh, yes.
The countdown is on. See you soon, America. New season, new view. Be there. Let's do this.
The View.
This is why you should always keep coming back to The View, because you never know what's going to happen.
I love The View. I see.
You could be right, but I don't know if we're the people to really make that assessment. Now, once again, we have to wait for what LAPD does, but we're going to listen to this interview, and I think you're going to be convinced that even if you're already convinced that Raja was going to go to prison, this is going to be, you know, the final nail in, you know, in the construction site. You know, okay, I just made up my own terms here. what did Marty Miller here says? Do you think the turn is due to all the criticism fresh? What is that in reference to? Oh, do you think the turn is all? Oh, okay, in reference to a lot of people asking for the Epstein files, and yeah, okay. Rise again says ancient civilization. Rise again says Raja shouldn't be in prison. You know what? So here's the thing, right? If you ever want to ask whether somebody, deserves prison time or this and that, my answer is always going to be no. Okay. And the reason why I'm going to tell you that my answer is going to be no is because how do I say this? I come from an honor culture, right? In an honor culture, you do not go and involve the cops in your own issues, right? In that term, and in that sense, you could say that I am, I guess you could say that I'm a real Republican in that sense, because, it's literally the act of small government, right? You don't want the government involved, right? It is a Republican mentality where you don't want the government involved in anything that you do. And that also includes conflict that you have with other people. That is what an honor culture is. If you come from that, you understand. If you don't know, it's not for you to know. But if you do know and understand, then I think you know where I'm getting at. Fresh Melon Juice says, probably. I don't know. They all lied to Trump, Cash, JD Vance, Pam, Bongibo, Presses, etc. It's disgusting. Worst humans in the world of politicians. Yeah, there's a lot of people right now that are kind of calling Trump a fascist based on the certain choices that he's made in deploying the National Guard to Washington, D.C. Now he's threatening to send National Guards in Chicago. LA is next. And I mean, yeah, man, anarchy is liberal, Mars says. Defund the police is left, Democrat. Yes. So, okay, let's listen to what Doug has to say here. And you guys decide if Roger Jackson is going to prison. And I think I've made up my mind just with this assessment alone, knowing that he is going. So Fresh Melon Juice says that part of Trump is great. Which part? The part that he's, well, many people are sort of arguing that it is a bit fascist, right? Like, whatever happened to the America that allowed the state to govern their own sovereignty, right? That is the beauty of America, is that if I don't like the gun laws in California, I can go to Nevada, go shoot guns in an open carry state, or go to the South and do that, right? Or if you don't like liberal laws in California, right? You don't like the certain education that people have. You can either go homeschool your children, or you can take your children to a school at a bordering state. There are bordering towns in California that border Oregon or border Nevada, or maybe even Arizona, right? Where, yeah, you can sort of like, bring your kid to a different school jurisdiction if you wish, but those are, just niche group of people that are in bordering towns like that in California. Fresh Melon Juice says cleaning cities. Yeah, I think that Trump is trying to make America look presentable during the Olympics, because the Olympics in 2028 is coming to Los Angeles, right? It would not look good if all these athletes from around the world are getting extorted by local Bloods and Crips, Soreños and Norteños from, the north. I don't think they operate much in the Southern California area, but, one never knows. But yes, that is the clear motivation of Trump, is to clean the streets of criminals, because there is an Olympics event coming in 2028, and he has to think fast in order to make America great again. So Fresh Melon Juice says they are cleaning out criminals. Stop pretending they're doing something else. So here's the thing, right? It is very anti-American to a federal government that does not allow the state to govern its own sovereign rights as they see fit. Okay, that is a fundamental constitutional ideology. Fresh Melody says children are supposed to be able to walk to school without being assaulted. I agree with that. But going about it another way, in a fascist way, in a way that sort of oversteps the authorities of the local authorities, I think is, very un-American. Mar says there is no honor in lawlessness. Well, very, very true. But it just depends on who you are and how you grew up. So what should Stu do to get back his honor? Go after Raja? That is up to Stu, right? I know that lawyers are in the ears of Stu right now, and he's not going to get anything out of Raja, to be honest with you, right? Because if there's anybody that he's going to sue, it's going to be Raja, and you're not going to get anything out of Raja. So at least not for a very long time. And then when you do get that, it's going to be a very small check to which he can't really do anything with that. So, but let's hear what Doug Malo has to say here.
Meditated. Just LAPD tends to drag their feet. So the detective asked me a bunch of questions. I even asked about my implications, just because it's, you're involved and whatnot. And he goes, no, there's nothing to worry about. Like, you're just trying to get compliance. Everything was towards Elijah. He asked a couple other questions about the other videos involved with the people in the back and this and that. Not for implications, just because he's just trying to get information. He's building a solid case. I say a lot. So there's that. I cut it out. Don't worry. Thank you.
I like how they have a little banter going on here, even with having such a serious conversation like this, right? So, it's good to see, these guys in good and high spirits, even when talking about something as tragic as this. But, shout outs to Doug Malo, man. You guys go give him a follow, right? He's obviously blowing up now. He had 2,000 subscribers before the wrestling match incident happened, and now he's up to 9,000. God bless him, man. You know what? Like, I think, look, here's the thing, right? Even though I'm in support of Raja, even though I'm in support of his father and, any MMA fighters or people from California and things of that nature, I think that Doug absolutely deserves all the good things that are coming to him based on these situations. So shout outs to Doug Malo, with his, Viking look he's got going on. Renegade Brand says, Jeffrey Dahmer shouldn't have been in prison. Where is his honor? Jeffrey Dahmer, why should Jeffrey Dahmer not be in prison, Renegade Brand? Let me know what your reason is behind that.
Yes. 4 parties this week, Ryan? At this rate, we're going to have to take out a second mortgage.
Don't worry, this is grocery outlet. Saving big's kind of the thing.
He's right. You'd be surprised how much you can get for less here. From gourmet items to everyday staples, we've got it all.
Even this is in our budget?
Absolutely. Go ahead, grab more.
Hey, don't worry. The house is safe.
Okay, spa day with the girls, because these parties aren't going to de-stress themselves.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
Yeah, say as much as you want. Yeah, perfect. So I talked to a detective friend of mine. Pause real quick. People, it's rubbing off on me, but people were like, "Oh, why is there so many jump cuts? What did you cut out?" Well, it's literally, if you watch Doug's other podcasts, you'll know. Yeah, that's so good. Dude, you know how it's Seth freaking Rollins? He should be Doug. Malo. Yeah, I like that. I'm Doug.
I like that. He said Seth freaking Rollins. Then there's Doug Malo. I like that. That's good. That's good. I like that.
Malo. Yeah, Doug. I think. All right, this is a serious topic, though. Okay, yeah. So, it's so good. The detective I talked to outside of the case, I just asked him about formalities, what I should look at, what not to look at. He was saying that this is just how LAPD works. They drag their feet. So they're building the case right now. They get all the evidence. The state's going to pick it up because there's so many people. So
Renegade says, you just said you just said cop interference doesn't exist in honor culture. Yes, I stand on that, Renegade Brand. Yes.
So many witnesses. Heck, even my little brother saw it. My girlfriend, my mom, all the kids that saw it, all the people there. So that right there, they have the evidence enough to try the case. And then what they're trying to figure out is what level of premeditation is, from my understanding, is why he's trying to figure out what conversations took place, what conversations mean. You know, he was asking me what specific terms mean exactly, you know, and like what they mean to the person they're telling them to.
Thankfully for live streaming, they have a lot of that to look at.
It's so there, you know, and I don't want to speculate. I don't want to, you know, say anything else because it's all there.
I do want to draw a parallel. There was a situation, I don't know how many wrestling fans are aware of it, earlier this year.
He said, so Jeffrey Dahmer shouldn't be in prison under your worldview. That is entirely inaccurate. Jeffrey Dahmer should be unalived. How about that, right? Like if I saw Jeffrey Dahmer in the streets, I can't even explain to you what I would do to him because it would get the channel banned. Let's just put it like that. Fresh Melon Juice says, without honor culture, the weak people like women can say no to men. Without honor culture, the weak people like women can say no to men. Elaborate on that a little bit, Fresh Melon Juice.
Here with this guy named Wes Watson. If you guys watch John Bravo, you know what I'm talking about.
By the way, when I referenced Wes Watson earlier, this is exactly the reason why I referenced Wes Watson earlier, was because of what this gentleman right here had just said, okay?
Where he beat up the 7-foot monster, and he wasn't arrested on the spot. It ended up taking several months for the arrest.
So what Wes Watson, it took several months for Wes Watson to get arrested. So this is kind of where I'm referencing this particular incident right here.
Happened. That was in Florida. That was in Miami, yeah, where I would assume they get shit done faster than LAPD. So just because it hasn't happened yet, I still expect.
He said you assume that they do it way faster than LAPD. Maybe, but Miami and LA are both big cities, so the slowness of their investigation, I think, is just predicated on the number of cases that they have. And then on top of that, listen, man, there's just low recruitment for the police force right now. And with low recruitment means you got low amount of people that are going after special jobs, such as special victims unit, you know, certain crimes of assault, domestic cases, specialties, homicide specialties, attempted murder specialties, things of that nature. So if the police force, just based on patrol. All right, guys. So Ribeiro and Sai are in the cage right now, and we are about to start this contest. In the meantime, please check out this video just right before the fight, okay? Alone, you know, has a difficult time, you know, recruiting, then yeah, definitely they're going to have a hard time recruiting for detectives. Renegade Brand says, laughing my ass off. So you want the states to break into countless tribes without a centralized enforcement system. Do you realize how stupid that sounds? That's what your honor culture effectively is. So, okay, Renegade Brand, let me explain something to you, right? When you said that the states to break into countless tribes, it is already embedded in the Constitution of America as to say that each of these states have their own sovereign rights and how they're going to conduct their laws, what kind of laws they're going to pass. There's federal laws and then there's state laws for a reason in America. Okay, there is a reason why the forefathers of America has designed it that way, because there's the federal government who encompasses the entire apparatus of America, and then there's the states that are given their own sovereign rights. For example, in Washington State, and when I mean Washington, I don't mean Washington, D.C., I mean up north of California in the West Coast, where Demetrius Johnson lives, shout out to DJ Mighty Mouse, there is a mutual combat law up there, okay? If me and you wanted to scrap, all we got to do is, if the cop is right there, the cop plays Herb Dean, okay? That is their right in Washington State to do that. Now, obviously in California, there is no mutual combat law, but that is California's right. And if we decide that we want to change those laws and say, hey, we want mutual combat laws, guess what we're going to do? We're going to talk to lawmakers, people that write laws or present the laws to, Congress and Senate, and say, hey, we want a mutual combat law. And then as a state, we decide whether that's going to happen or not, or whatever the powers may be. So it's not that I want, some sort of like countless tribes without a centralized, enforcement system. The centralized enforcement system encompasses the whole country, but the Constitution allows the states to have their own God-given rights. For example, here in California, with your gun, if you're a licensed gun carrier, the most clips that you can carry is 10, right? Whereas in Texas, it's probably unlimited. Maybe you're allowed to have 16 clips in your chamber, right? So Lovebug says, good day, my friend. May I ask some advice for my amateur Muay Thai debut? Sure, absolutely, my man. Yeah, please. I love fight questions. Yeah, or fighter related questions. So if you would like to ask that, yeah, please. Round one so far. Sai is right on top of Ribeiro. How did we get to that position right there? So he's right on top. All right, now he's maintaining side control position right now. All right, so I was trying to make out what the French crowd is yelling at right now. Obviously, don't really understand that. All right, so it's right on top right now. Stat guard position. All right, so now he switches right into side control position, now right on top of a side control position. All right, so a little scramble exchanges here. Now they're right back on the feet, getting a little exciting here. Oh, there's a front kick right there by Ribeiro, and then there's Sai right there going for double leg, single leg. Now he's got him right on top of position right now. All right, so now he's maintaining this half guard position right on top right now. All right, so now he's got the back control position right now. Oh, wow, he's going for a ground and pound right now. He is looking to finish. That is it. Omar Sy gets the finish with a ground and pound position right there. A lot of first round finishes today, man. Wow, man. Wow, man. First round finish. A lot of first round finishes today, man. Look at this. There's a low kick right there. After that low kick, he shoots in, gets the takedown. Just very early in the round, gets the takedown, and now is on top position, maintains that top position for quite a while, and then finishes it off with a ground and pound, and that is it. Yeah, great moment. Great moment right there. All right, man. On to the next fight right here, and let's continue on that video. I love Bug. Go, go where your heart desires of what questions you would like to ask, and inshallah, in hopes that I can answer it to the best of my ability. Renegade says, one, there's a thing called state government cannot do. The federal government intervenes. The Civil War, for example. Okay. Fresh Melon Juice says the blue states are not implementing laws. Okay, well, that is subject to interpretation, right? Obviously, in Trump's interpretation, the way that he's looking at Chicago, the way that he's looking at Los Angeles, there is no oversight that is satisfactory to his standards. Okay, and as president, you could say that Trump has the right to do that. Now, do I necessarily agree with it? Not so much, right? Because I don't want to live in a country where a federal government has to intervene in places that the state government is already, implementing what it is that they need to implement to the best of their abilities, right? In other words, it's kind of like a teenager, right? The federal government is the father and the state government is the teenager. Sometimes you got to let the teenagers make their own mistakes to find their own way. Now, with Gavin Newsom, I don't like the fact that he's allowing a lot of homelessness to, fester in California. But then in the other side of that, he's now, relocating a lot of these homeless people into different places just so he can clean up LA in order to create a different atmosphere for the upcoming Olympics. So
when your severe asthma says you can't, Tespire says you can. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that helps you prevent attacks and relieve asthma.
Renegade says, two, you are speaking from your own honor worldview, and there's a gazillion different such views. Okay. Renegade says, you aren't speaking from any state. Laughing my ass off. Every state would have Raja in prison, but your honor system is literally against that. Well, listen, this is why we're playing this interview right here. Not so fast, because I did come to the opinion yesterday and days before that, that Raja will be free, right? Because it's already been 10 days. It's now 11 days, right? But this interview right here with Doug Malo is starting to make me second guess whether he's going to get arrested or not. And I'm leaning towards the side right now where he is going to get arrested, just based on some of the things that Doug Malo has talked about with the detectives that came and interviewed him. So Lovebug says, how do I overcome my nervousness? And is it bad to fornicate 2 weeks before the fight? Serious question. Some said avoid it, but some others say it's a myth. So here's the thing, Lovebug, right? I think that if in questions to intimacy before combat, right? I don't think that it necessarily affects your body as much, but there is a focus factor that I think you would like to farm. I think there's a focus factor that would help if you don't do it, is what I'm saying, right? I think there is a focus factor to that, because if you get addicted to, the certain act of, what we're talking about, it could place your mind in a different, realm than, having to switch on that combat mode, right? So as far as your nervousness, you're never going to get over it. Okay. The reason why you're never going to get over it is because your body knows and anticipates that, a certain level of pain is going to come your way. But also understand this, right? Just understand that what your training has been doing to you in the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, is already going to show up at the fight, and you just got to let your body do the talking. So I hope that helps in any kind of way of understanding, mental clarity. The best way to overcome nervousness is understanding that nervousness will never go away. So I hope that makes sense. Fresh Melon Juice says, if you have a junior manager failing at his job at your company, you let him go on destroying your company. Got it. No, not necessarily. Well, here's the thing, Fresh, right? We're talking about, well, what you're talking about is a private company. A private company can operate in a way that is best suited for their best interests. Now, a federal government, it's not as simple and as easy as that. And in particular, a state government is not easy and as simple as comparing it to a private company. Lovebug says mental clarity. Got it. Thanks. I'm assuming you're trying to say the N word with a term of endearment. I'm assuming. Oh, my brother. I think you're trying to say my brother. Okay, sorry. I see the N there, but I think you made an error by actually trying to say my brother. I got it. Okay. Renegade Brand says, but according to your honor system, a centralized law enforcement agency simply shouldn't take any action, period. So the laws of the state and country have become irrelevant. No, that's not what I'm saying at all, Renegade. What I'm saying is that historically, America has a system where the laws of the state, govern its own sovereign rights, right? Now, look, this particular situation is very complicated because Trump is right. There is a lot of lawlessness going on in these states that he's mentioning about targeting, Chicago, LA in particular. I understand his reasoning behind the action, but is it right under the due process of law and what we understand law to be in terms of allowing the state government to operate in the way that they see fit, right? That's just kind of where I see it. Renegade says, you just said that no one should be imprisoned in your honor system. What I meant by that is if anybody is going to be imprisoned, it's not going to be under my testimony. Okay, that's what I mean, right? I'm never going to put anyone in prison based on my own testimony. Now, if you want to mention extreme cases of, well, what if it was a serial killer, right? People that kill innocent people, children, and this and that, or harm children in any kind of way, or harm, whoever. You know what I'm going to say to that? I'm going to say that I'm going to go handle that person on my own. That's where I stand on that, and I'm going to let that be what it's going to be. Now, if the cops get to them before I do, then I have nothing to say about that other than great, great, go to prison, go to prison. I'm not saying that prison should, I'm not an anarchist. I don't want you to think that I'm an anarchist. What I am is somebody that is very skeptical and very much cynical of the system. So Lovebug says, what are your thoughts on Johnny Somali and Vitaly? Ooh, that's a good one. So, in all honesty, I think the government of the Philippines overreacted to Vitaly. Also, I think the Koreans may have overreacted to Johnny Somali as well. Look, so here's the thing, right? This is what happened with Johnny Somali and Vitaly. They went to an Asian country. By the way, I've been to these countries before, right? I've been to Korea. I've been to the Philippines several times in my life. Okay, and here's the problem.
Hi, my name is Matt, and today I'm here to tell you all about Replit in just 60 seconds. Replit is the fastest way to go from idea to application. It's the most secure.
Right? would you say that people there are somewhat passive, right? Now, look, I'll tell you this, right? I know a lot of Asians in California. Nothing about them is passive whatsoever, right? They are not passive people whatsoever. In fact, the majority of Asians that I know in California are gangsters, okay? And we already know what is up with that. So they are operating under an American culture, these Asians that I know in California, right? So they are essentially American. So in the Philippines, they have a different mentality, right? They have a very hospitable mentality. They have a very, how do I say this? Hospitable, sometimes even passive, something that many Asians have been stereotyped to be. And then here comes Vitaly, here comes somebody like Johnny Somali, who sort of exploits that idea. You know what? I'm in an Asian country. I'm going to go mess with the security guards. I'm going to go mess with, the local people, and they're not going to do anything about it, right? Because unfortunately, that is the reputation that they built. Well, now they decided, you know what? No more. We're going to set an example. And unfortunately, Vitaly and Johnny Somali came through with their pranks at the wrong time. So I think it's a little bit of an overkill. 24 years for Vitaly and what he's looking at. Johnny Somali, I don't know how many years they're going to give him, but he's not going to get out for a while in a Korean prison. And it's not good. He says, you're not American because you live or have citizenship in America. Well, I'd have to disagree with you on that, Fresh Melon Juice, because if that's the case, then the only real Americans are the ones with British ancestry, British colonial ancestry. And there's very few people that are like that. Even the majority of white people are not even of white British descent in America. So who's to say who really is American? So we have to come with the criteria of saying that, hey, you know what? If you are an American citizen, or you grew up here, or you grew up in a culture that is entrenched with, American ideals or American ethos, then what are you? You're an American, right? Irregardless of side cultures or ancestral cultures and things of that nature. Fresh says, no, the ones who follow the law. Okay, well, part of following the law, Fresh, is the right to remain silent, right? Look, I think a lot of people forget that, just because you're cooperative with the law, it doesn't mean that you are, that you are following the law. It doesn't mean that you're not following the law if you're not speaking on certain things that the police want to ask you about. You have the right to remain silent. And the reason why the forefathers of America has created rules like that is so that it can give a balance and check to corrupted officials, right? Because an official is not going to be 100% angel-like in the way that they're going to profess the law or how they're going to implement the law, right? There's possible corruption involved. So this is why the forefathers had said, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So in other words, if you have a side conversation or have a joke about something, the cops can use that against you in the court of law. So therefore, you have the right to remain silent. Renegade says, what if the person is in police custody and you are the only testimony? Elaborate more on that if you will, please. Renegade says, why won't you give a testimony? What if a person is in police custody and the only witness was you? Will you not give a testimony because of the anti-centralized enforcement, aka no reason? So there are just certain cultures that just do not talk to the police. That's just what it is. Now, you can like that, you can hate that. That's just the reality of things. You don't have to abide by that. And guess what? Me, as somebody who has that worldview, I don't also blame you for having the worldview that you will go to the cops and you will tell on, X, Y, and Z. So this is the reason why, get this, right? This is the reason why, if I was to, again, forgive me, Renegade, okay? This is just hypothetical. Suppose, you and me get into it, right? And I decide to, physically do something to you. You have the right to call the police on me.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I did it with a free app that's probably already on your phone, and that app is the Kindle app. Hi, I'm Carla Marie, and the coolest part is Amazon puts over 300 million customers just a click away. So age, experience, qualifications, none of it matters. I want to share my full system with you, but obviously this is an ad. So I'm hosting a free workshop where I walk you through my system step by step. This system's transformed my life and it's sprinkled a little magic into the lives of hundreds of other people. Now, I hate workshops that are so slow and boring that they send you to sleep. So I made sure that this workshop moves fast and that it's fun, exciting, and informative. That said, if you love face-to-face selling, don't click on this ad. You see, with this, you never need to talk to anyone or push products and people. So this definitely isn't a good fit for someone with a salesy personality type. However, if you want to learn a low-key way to potentially make some extra money working from home that can cover some important bills and help you enjoy more fun trips, don't wait. Click anywhere around this video and watch the free workshop now. Discover how we create reliable streams of semi-passive income without complex websites, unneeded stress, or huge startup costs. You'll even get 3 valuable bonuses just for watching. We've designed these bonuses to help you succeed with this as fast as possible. I can't promise this training will be free forever, so watch it now. Could this be the step?
Because I know in the back of my mind that this is who you are. You're going to call the cops on me. So what is the best course of action that I should take? The best course of action that I should take is I should not go and mess with Renegade Brand, because Renegade Brand will call the police on me. So what's the point of me, even messing with him? Now, here's the thing, Renegade Brand. There's other men out there that are not like you, who will go out and try to do the same thing to me, will try and hurt me, but will also not tell the police if I go and try to hurt them back. Okay, that is called the honor among thieves mentality. You understand? So Renegade says, Fresh Melon Juice says, Renegade, he wants to live by rules from countries that immigrants are running from. Well, it's a little more complicated than that, Fresh. I don't think it's that simple, but I get what you're saying. Renegade, I got the gist, Fresh. Renegade says, Renegade Brand says, yeah, but just because it's your culture doesn't mean it's right or necessary to follow. You're right. You're right. Look, here's the thing, right? That's why I said, if you were to call the cops on me for hypothetically do something to you, or if somebody was to do something to you and hypothetically speaking, and you call the cops, that is no pun intended, that is on brand with what Renegade does. Okay, so I don't blame you for that. So what I'm trying to say is, if you are about that life, don't mess with other people that are not about that life, in particular, you and Fresh Melon Juice, you Renegade Brand and you Fresh Melon Juice. I'm not going to go do that, because there is no worth of me going after someone like that. Renegade Brand says, but that's like an extremely specific situation, which doesn't apply during literally any other situation. Elaborate on that a little bit. When you say, but that's like an extremely specific situation, which doesn't apply during literally any other situation. So I think what you're saying is that, let me try and see if I can, preface this. So, but that's like an extremely specific situation. Okay, so extremely specific situation, what are we talking about? Where hypothetically, if you and me get into it and then you call the cops on me. Okay, so I think that's the specific situation you're talking about, which doesn't apply during literally any other situation. So the other situation is, okay, I'll give you an example, all right?
If you use a credit card, you're gonna wanna watch this. I'm a bank manager with 12 years of experience. Yesterday, I watched another elderly couple lose their life savings. Third time this week. My hands were shaking as I told them, I'm sorry, but your account is completely empty. $47,000 wiped out in minutes. I'm forced to watch this devastation every single day. There's a new hacking device flooding the streets that's disgustingly cheap and easy to buy online. Criminals use it to silently scan every card within 6 meters, right through purses, pockets, and wallets. Now watch this. Here is my card. Here is this.
I got into this beef with this other YouTuber. I'm not going to mention his name, but I'm going to say that when we got into this beef, it spilled over into real life, okay? Because this is a Sacramento podcaster, by the way, that I got into it with. I'm not going to mention who. Maybe other people that are OGs of OG followers of this channel have probably, followed and know about it. But if you don't, then I'm not going to, even bother to mention it because I don't want to mention this person's name. We got into it, and long story short, he got to find that, let me just say this. He tried to test my gangster, bro. He really tried to test that part of me. And I obliged to, that. I was under the impression that, hey, you know what? This guy is solid. He's about that life as well. And we're going to find out who really is about what. Lo and behold, he goes and he threatens me with calling the boys. Okay, he threatens me with that. And then I realized, listen, I can't beef with a guy like this. Okay, because at first I thought, you know what, we're going to handle our candle. We're going to do what we need to do. And we're going to let darkness be our friend, right? In other words, no cameras, no online, no nothing. Just settle the beef and whatever issues we have and don't let anyone get involved. Well, lo and behold, let me just say that I went a little too hard on him to the point where he felt like as if he had no choice but to call them boys. And then I realized this is not worth it. This is not worth the situation. If I'm going to beef with somebody that is about that life, we're going to do it to the maximum of what that world expects of us. But if you want to play in the comfort of calling, how do I say this, big government, that is your own political right to do so. Renegade says, okay, so I hope I answered your question on that in my own hypothetical, situation, right? A situation that I've experienced and things of that nature. So Renegade Brand says the honor culture of you and me is specific, and that doesn't apply during most other situations, especially when it's some innocent person who has suffered and you universally being anti-centralized. I'm going to mark that comment, Renegade. That's a very good point. Okay, I'm going to read that again just so I can, really understand what you're saying. By the way, guys, listen, this is what I love about, the chats here, right? What I love about the chats is that you guys understand that I have a different worldview. You have a different worldview, but we are very respectful of each other's worldview and also very intelligent in the way that we are trying to communicate it, right? Without any extra emotions, without any extra, outbursts or volatile, type of conversations that could lead to, other things. We're very, I just wanted to say that, I'm very honored in the way that we are handling these types of debates. But yesterday, Renegade Brand, I tell you what, I had to go smash on an English guy here yesterday. So Toothbud says, what is the topic? The topic is Raja potentially going to prison. And then I'm talking with the chats right now in, debating about, the honor culture system versus people that call the police. So, all right, let's get to Doug Malo on this one. And you guys are going to find out exactly why Raja could potentially go to prison.
It sounds like you do as well, talking to the detectives, right? Yeah. And another big question that people have is that when you went on TMZ and you did an interview, apparently you switched up a bit and you said that Raja should not be arrested. So were you paid
I never
off?
said that.
Well, that's what people heard, and they're saying you were paid off by Rampage Jackson. So is that accurate? Were you?
Well, if Rampage, you want to pay me off? I'm open to it. You know what I mean?
What's your price?
A couple million, you know? $1 million. $1 million. All right.
Do you guys think he's joking? Now, look, you got to remember, right? This is a wrestler that lives in his trailer, okay? And, you know, parks his trailer somewhere in Hollywood, goes to goes to his job and then goes wrestles on the weekends. You think he would take the $1 million? I don't know. I think he would. Tooth Bud says, I think he said he's joking right after this. I don't know, man. Look, I don't know if Rampage could pay him $1 million, but I don't know if I doubt that he would not take it. Hate Love says, hi, everyone. Nice to see you all, friends. Hello, Hate Love. Man, I hope everything is good with you, my brother. Thank you for dropping in. Ooh.
Right? I got things to do, you know? It's a lot of gold chains I could buy. No, the point was this. I felt at the time that there was so much.
Your perfect wedding begins at Vistaprint, with gorgeous invites starting at under $1 in designs that match your theme, which we can also print on napkins, signs, and more for your big day. Take 50% off wedding stationery at Vistaprint.com with code WEDDING50.
It's a rave. It's a rave. Goodbye, my friend.
Going into that this kid's so volatile that he should have never been put in that situation. The guy who brought him there was supposed to be his coach, a mentor. And if I was somebody's coach or a mentor, I would never in my life allow them to be in any type of danger to themselves, to their livelihood, their lives, their families' livelihood. I'm responsible for this person. I'm their coach, right? So what I was saying is that he shouldn't have a max jail sentence over this, because there's so many moving pieces involved in this. I have a little bit of compassion, right? He's pushed into this bad situation. He's hyped up. He got all these moving pieces, and nobody wanted to be a freaking adult and just have a better conversation than, you know, what took place. So that's what I was getting at. Is
you see, look, this I'm really starting to become a fan of Doug Malo. In fact, man, I hope that Doug Malo gets signed to the WWE. Right. And I hope that he wins a world championship while he's in the WWE. He has the look, by the way, right? The dude looks like a Viking. You know, he's got the mohawk with the man bun and the dreads going on. He's got, you know, tattoos. He's got the right size, the right build for being a pro wrestler. I never really seen any of his matches, but now I'm kind of curious to see. And I hope that Triple H is looking at this saying, you know what? We need to go sign this kid right here. He looks like he can really be good for the business. You know what I mean? Like, I really would like to see that. Look, yeah, Doug Malo, man, very level-headed. You hear what he said? He said, look, I don't want this guy to have a long prison sentence. I want him to be treated fairly under the court of law, because you know what? All of these things that happened, we have to take into consideration, right? He was abused. He was told that he was, you know, this, that, and the other. He got hyped up. He got jacked up. And man, I'm very much a fan of Doug Malo now, and I hope all the best goes to him. Let me read some of these comments right here. So Toothbud says, I'm sure Rampage would gladly pay to make all of this go away. Facts. Renegade Brand says, what's the point of paying him off now? Laughing my ass off. Even if Rampage knows it's BS, the damage is already done. Even if he tries now, he will end up lying under oath, and that's about it. Okay, so that's true. I'm going to pin that comment right there, right? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I think that, yeah, you guys made a very good point on the chat, man. You know, shout outs to you guys, because, you know, I'm all about learning. I'm not about espousing my own ideas that could be false or that could be wrong, right? I'm all about learning in terms of, if you guys have the right information, then we're going to go off of that. If you guys don't have the right information, then we're going to try to find it together. So big ups to you on that. You're right. It doesn't make sense for him to go and try to do that, right? So yeah, it is too late at this point, Toothbud says, and he already said too much. That's true. I think Rampage doing a live stream every day, I don't think that's the worst thing, because a lot of people are saying he should just, get off live stream or this and that. No, I think you should do what you need to do if that is your job and that is what you need to do. You just can't talk about this situation. Go do other things, right? Go have, training sessions on your live stream. Go have a coffee with, Tito Ortiz and make him look like an idiot with him espousing his political ideas. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Do content like that, but don't do content that is going on with the news involving you right now. Navi says, what are we talking about? We are talking about Roger Jackson potentially going to prison and facing criminal charges. So Raja again, yes, because Rampage won't be quiet about this, man. That is the point, is that, look, bro, I'm telling you, man, if Rampage doesn't talk about this, then there is no content. Nobody is talking about this but Rampage. Well, other than Doug Malo, because now Doug Malo is in high demand based on his experience and what he was able to see. So, all right, more on Doug Malo. Hate Lug says, hey guys, someone yesterday. Okay, why day means yesterday. Okay, someone yesterday said Diddy is free. He was denied bail again, so we are safe for now. Okay. A Renegade Brand says, what do you think will earn more? Diaz versus Conor 3 or Jones versus Aspinall or Islam versus Ilya? Which one of those fights will earn more? I'm going to say Diaz and Conor McGregor, although, you know what? This is not the same Conor McGregor. It's not the same Diaz anymore. I don't know if they still have that same star power. I'm going to say Jones and Aspinall.
Let's count the smiles.
I see one.
Amazon Freight scales with you. Simple booking and 24/7 support. All powered by Amazon's network of smiles.
101, 102.
Canelo Alvarez, one of the greatest Mexican.
All right, guys. So we got the next fight coming up right now. What is the next fight coming up right now? We got Ruchala. All right, versus the Frenchman, William Gomis. Here we go. Ruchala versus William Gomis. Like literally 40 minutes right after the finish, and now into the first main card fight of the evening. Let's go, round number 1. All right, so round number 1. There's a low kick right there by William Gomis. Let's go, William Gomis. Yeah. Okay, so lifting the knee up a little bit as a sign of trying to either check the leg kicks or go for some kind of upper knee shot of some sort. Maybe a knee to the body, but there's a high kick right there by William Gomis. Front kick by William Gomis. There's an oblique kick. Front oblique kick by William Gomis. Stance switching by Ruchala. Front, okay, so there's a leg kick right there. Lead front kick by Gomis. There's another one right there. Remember, the French, they are very proficient at Muay Thai, and William Gomis is showing that right now. We. Nice. Very tall for the featherweight division is William Gomis. Oh, there's a high kick right there by Ruchala from Poland. Poland versus France. All right, the crowd yelling their traditional soccer chants that they got going on. You are a wanker, wah wah, you are a wanker. Okay, that sounds more British, but okay, there's a body lock right there by Ruchala. Now he is right on top position right now, side control. It looks like he's trying to advance this side control right now, looking for a mount position, but then there's Gomis scrambling out of it, right back into the clinch position as they clinch up against the fence with Ruchala in the dominant position right on the fence and Gomis in the defensive position. All right, now he's swimming right underneath for a full body lock control. Looks like he's trying to trip from the fence position. So now we have 147, 146, 145. Okay, there's a knee right there. Now in a body lock position by Ruchala, still maintaining the control position of these clinches right now. Gomis looking for an over-under right here. Okay, sways himself right up out of the position right there. Now he's got Ruchala backed up against the fence. He's got a body kick. He hurt him with that body kick. Tries to go for a jab to the body after that. Now there's the low kick right there. Wow. Very, very nice. Okay, so now there's a punch swing. Okay, now there's a body kick right there by Gomis. Now locked in a body lock position right now. There's a good body kick. Leg kick, knees in the clinch by Gomis in the defensive position, clinched up against the fence. Now he's in a dominant position, has him backing up against the fence. Nice body kick right there by Gomis. Gomis. Remember, it is pronounced Gomis. Okay, it's not Gomis or Gomez. As you Americans like to pronounce, it is Gomis. You know, the French, they constantly harp on you if you don't get their pronunciation correctly. The French are very much annoyed by that. Oh my God, why did you say Gomis? It is not Gomis. It is Gomis. It is Gomis. Gomis, you American who can't pronounce France correctly. Get out of my country. It's Gomis. There it is, So once again, it is pronounced Gomis. Okay? William Gomis. Yalla. All right, here we go. Round 2. Poland versus France. William Gomis, the black Frenchman. Ooh, there's front kicks right there. Nice front kick right there. Okay, he goes for a shoot takedown right there. Doesn't get it. There's a body lock position on Ruchala. Ruchala on a dominant clinch position with Gomis backed up against the cage. Has the over-under lock. He actually has a dominant position. Okay, now they're breaking away. Square stance, back at it again, squared up. Nice body kick, gets caught. All right, there's a nice clinch position between them right now. Banging out some knees. It seems that Ruchala, every time they are in a clinch position, he is the one that has the dominant control. But on the feet, man, Gomis is doing a very good job of the range. But right now, that range cannot be used. It is Ruchala right on top after that trip inside control position right now. I'm sorry, not side control, half guard position. What is the referee checking on here? Okay, the action continues. A bit of a pause of action between them right now. All right, so there it is. Half guard position. Trying to use his shoulders to sort of keep him down, knowing that it would be a bit difficult for Ruchala to try and take him down. To keep him down without. I'm sorry. He knows that it would be hard for Gomis to get a guillotine position in half guard. Is what I meant to say. Sorry. Fresh Melon Juice says, remember when Rhys crushed Khamzat? Biggest robbery ever. He's up next. Man, Rhys Mckee, looking back at it in hindsight, was an insanely bad matchup for Khamzat. At first, going into it, was like, you know what? This is a Cage Warriors champion, and then here's a guy who I don't think Khamzat ever won a Brave FC title. I don't think he stayed long enough to fight for a championship in Brave FC, but let me see. Oh, wait, let's look at Khamzat's Wikipedia here. Meanwhile, here's Ruchala in dominant clinch position right now on Gomis. I would say that is one thing that France is absolutely going to be lacking in the world stage of MMA is wrestling, right? If you think about it, France has a rich history of boxing. They have a rich history of kickboxing, Muay Thai. They created their own striking sport, which is very similar to Sando, called Savate. Just kickboxing with less elbows. I believe perhaps maybe the Parisians and the white Frenchmen found it savage-like to use knees and elbows. Meanwhile, it's probably the best fighting technique that the Thais have introduced to the world. But yeah. Oh, yeah. So let's see. Was he Brave FC champion? No, he never was. He never fought for a Brave FC title. No, he didn't. He just jumped straight into the UFC. Yeah. Never. No titles for Brave FC. Okay, so Rhys Mckee, though, was a champion. Yeah? Rhys Mckee. He was a champion of Cage Warriors. Let's check it out. Okay. Northern Ireland. See? There's the belt. He was champion. See? So he was champion. So yeah, it was like, you know what? He's former champion. Yeah, I was coming off of a win in Cage Warriors. So there you go, right? Cage Warriors champion. One round knockout. And then from November 2019, then in the pandemic, goes and fights Kamzat. So there you go. What is that? Looks like a suspected eye poke of some sort. Okay. The doctor is examining him right now, making sure that he's not blind. The doctor says, all right, he's good to go. I'll bet you this doctor is probably from, I think it's probably Cameroonian. That's a very strong majority of the black population in France. As Nigerians are very big in the UK as well. Yeah. All right, so round number 3. Wow, there's a nice high kick right there by William Gomis. Okay, they're wilding out with some punches at each other right now. All right, there's a nice body kick right there by Ruchala. Now there's a low kick by Gomis. There's a spinning back kick by Ruchala. And then as he goes for that, he goes, shoots in with a body lock, has him locked in right up against the cage. All right, so now Gomis is now in the dominant clinch position right now. Fresh Melon Juice says, oh, so you're blood now, Nate Diaz voice. You know what? Listen, in California, the color is not so much of the significance. You know, in other words, there's a lot of bloods that wear blue, just like there's a lot of Crips that wear red. It's not really this color coordinated as it used to be. It's an identifier in some kind of way, but put this in perspective, right? There are Crips that are friends with Bloods and Bloods that are friends with Crips. And then there are Bloods that fight Bloods, and then there are Crips that fight other Crips. And then there are other Crips and Blood factions that just decide to go fight everybody. So that's sort of the complication behind California gang politics. But the reality of it too is the modern day is just all about, I got a problem with this guy, he's this, he's that. It's not so much about the faction anymore. It's just more about the storyline of the two people that are involved in a war, just like the wars that you see in the world of MMA and the wars that you're seeing right now between Gomis and Ruchala. Oh, now, so Gomis just rocked him right there after those wild exchanges. Now he's got him in a body locked position. And Ruchala just seems unfazed by the body lock attempts of Gomis. Which is 30 seconds left in the second round right now. Man, yeah, this is a great way of setting impressions at the end of this round. Look, I think he's trying to sink in for a rear naked choke. That is it. He said body lock or warm hug. Depends on who's asking. How's everybody doing tonight, man? Is this a fight that a lot of people are, well, the card overall, is it something that you guys are interested in? Let's take a look at the rest of the card and see if there's something compelling about tonight, right? So Mason Jones, Welsh fighter that trains here in Sacramento. Rhys Mckee, we've talked about him earlier, former Cage Warriors champion. William Gomis right now. Rhys Mckee is coming up next. And then Mason Jones. Ooh, yeah. You know what? This is a kind of card where you'd have to be a real hardcore to really appreciate it, okay? Like, I would understand if you would have grievances for the prelims because, look, the prelims are always going to be the prelims. They are guys that are trying to move right up, right? So as they're trying to move right up, you're going to have to get used to them. Eventually, they're going to start developing knockouts and highlights, memorable ones too. They start etching in your UFC algorithm and schedule of things during the fight year. And then eventually they either build up to become a star, build up to have better knockouts and performances, and become well-known contenders. And then their career goes on from there, from either being a legendary champion or just a contender that was just right up there with, the top dogs, but never really champion, right? But when you look at this card right here in particular, I think that you have a card that has a lot of implications for different fights. For example, in the welterweight division, Rhys Mckee, we know that he's had that loss to Khamzat. By the end of the day, so what? It's Khamzat. But it is Alex Sola, who's undefeated, taking on former Cage Warriors veteran. I think that's the best way to put it. I think he's got a little more fights than Axel, because we're talking about 10 more fight differences. 21 fights for Mckee, half of that for Axel at 11 with 1 draw. Still an impressive record, has a lot to prove. How about this? 2 impressive records. Here's another Cage Warriors champion, Mason Jones, right? Now, you got Bola Oki, lightweight. What is this going to mean for the future of the lightweight division, right? You got 2 guys with good records there. And then you got all these names in the top echelon of the 155 division. Where are these guys going to match up with that? And shout out to Mason Jones. He trains out here in Sacramento, Team Alpha Male. Modestas Bukauskas taking on Paul Craig. Well, now we've seen Paul Craig in the highest of highs, taking out some former world champions such as Jamal Hill. Modestas Bukauskas, also a Cage Warriors veteran. He sort of had issues in the UFC, got cut, went to Cage Warriors, did great, got signed again, and now here's a 2 redemption story between these guys. That's what we got here. Benoit Saint-Denis versus Ruffy. Benoit Saint-Denis was somebody that we had a lot of expectations for. Well, unfortunately, he wasn't able to beat Dustin Poirier, and then on top of that, he didn't do too good against Moicano. Well, now, how will he do against Mauricio Ruffy, who many are putting a lot of hype behind, right? And is there any merit behind this hype? Well, in this fight, we're going to find out, and we're going to find out where they both stand. So there's a lot at stake here. And then Caio Bucayo. Okay, look, I don't like the fact that he cut weight in such a short amount of time and did it twice. Very Tony Ferguson-like. Great record going into this fight. Nasruddin Imavov has beaten guys that a lot of people wouldn't think he would have been able to beat, like Izzy. Great way to go into this fight. He beats Caio. Guess what? He's right up there in the top echelon of the 185 division, possibly fighting Khamzat. And if that's the case, man, I tell you what, I still don't see anybody beating Khamzat, but we still need a contender by the end of the day. So a lot of fights that mean a lot of different things here. So I can't wait for it. What did Fresh here says? I like the Imavov fighting, very slick. Benoit is too slow. So here's the thing with Benoit, right? A lot of guys that transition from the military and into the fight world have to be very cognizant of certain things, right? Number one, overtraining. The purpose of military training, and in particular, special forces, is to test your body's will to its maximum capacity. In other words, I got to swim to enemy territory from this point to that point, and that is my only entry point. I got to get there. Being able to get over heights, jump in the air, right? Parachuting. You got to be able to get through that in your mind. And so there's a lot going on, and then there's a lot of stress factors that you're putting in your body that you're not in the sports world. So what I'm saying is that I don't know how much transition Benoit Saint-Denis made from his special forces training and lifestyle versus going into now being a professional athlete. In other words, having to scale back some things, right? Not training when you're too tired or when you're too broken. Having an understanding of balance with that while using sports science as an indicator on whether you should train or not, right? Like what is your What is your heart rate when you wake up? Is it too high? And if so, maybe you need a rest. If it's low, it's a great time to be able to perform at your maximum ability. So I don't know how much of those intricacies Benoit has really transitioned into his pro career almost 20 fights later. So that's one of the reasons why he's slow, and we will see if he has made adjustments to such things. All right, so it looks like if you guys are watching the ESPN feed, it's saying that there's some technical difficulties. So I don't know how true that is for everybody. I tell you what, they're probably purposely trying to sabotage the TV deals. Man, that's not good. The technical difficulties are that's not good. Fresh Melon Juice says it's Zane's fault. How so? Explain how that is. Speaking of which, maybe I need to be watching from British feed. That's what. How about that? That's maybe what I need to do, is watch it from a British feed, if you know what I mean. You know, shout outs to Stream East. You know, Stream East never dies. That's right. You heard me right. Stream East, it ain't never die. Because real ninjas never die. Yeah. Real. Oh. Okay, never mind. We got it. We got it. We got the feed. We got feed. We have feed. All right. So, yeah, really interesting music that he's coming out to, right? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like French cathedral, right? So, yeah. But yeah. All right, Rhys Mckee and Axel Sola. All right, here we go. Rhys Mckee versus All right, so right now it is going to be Rhys Mckee versus Sola. And Gomis just won via decision in the last fight. And, well, the reason for that win with Gomis in the, as a decision is because, I mean, look, I think the last 30 seconds of that fight really left an impression. So here we are now with Mckee versus Sola right in his live stream right now as we are live reacting to that. Oh, wow. Oh, he just rocked Sola with that one right there. So now we're in a very competitive fight between Rhys and Sola right now. Okay, there's a step in 1-2 shot right there. All right, so his corner is telling him to keep boxing. Oh, there's a takedown attempt by Sola and gets it. Taking a page out of Khamzat's book, obviously in the way that he fought him. Okay, there's a body lock right there by Sola. Rhys Mckee trying very hard not to hold on to the fence. Yeah, from here on, all are nothing but great fights from here on. It's just banger after banger after this, including the main event. All right, so there's Sola shooting in right here. All right, so there's Sola circling around as Rhys is trying to walk him down. Wow. All right, so that is the end of that round right there. All right, so I gotta say that I think Rhys Mckee needs to fight defensively when it comes to the takedown, because the only thing that I think could really sway the judges one way or the other here is the takedowns. I think the takedowns of Sola could win the fight if the fight continues in that same trajectory. What else? Sola needs to keep moving his feet. Rhys Mckee is doing a very good job of trying to box him in, but you know, it is Rhys Mckee that is trying to fight with aggression. But yeah, he has to go watch the takedowns. All right, round number 2. Oh, hey, there's a nice hook right there by Sola. Wow, okay, swinging away. All right, some good shots thrown right here. Shaman says, Assalamu alaikum, brother. The beard's looking magnificent. Thank you, my man. Shout out to you, my man. Shout out to you on that. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Shaman. And let me know if you're enjoying the fights right now. There's some great fights going on right now. There's Rhys Mckee now moving forward at Sola once again. All right. Oh, there's a little bit of a back elbow as he's trying to shoot in on him. I'm originally from Bangladesh, but I live in Singapore. Wow. Beautiful country, man. Both beautiful countries. That's what's up, man. Oh, there's some nice elbow exchanges right there by Rhys, Mckee, and Sola. Yeah, man. So shout out to all the fight fans around the world right now that are tapping in. Sola looks pretty scared to exchange, but his grappling is pretty good. Yeah. That has been the case throughout the whole entire fight, right? Because of the way that he's been sort of disengaging away from him, the way that Rhys, Mckee has been moving forward. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, man. Let me know what part of what time is it in your part of the world? Oh wow, he was looking for what was that, like some sort of arm lock choke right there. All right, and we are now going into round number 3. Yeah, man. Much more competitive fight than I thought, honestly. It didn't seem like it was as competitive on paper, just because it's an undefeated prospect going in here against a gatekeeping veteran. But there's a reason why these guys are gatekeepers in the first place, is because they really do test who is the elite. Shaman says it is 4 a.m. Sunday right now. Gotcha. Okay, I got work in a couple of hours, but I got to watch my boy Imavov beat the brakes off Kyle. Oh, that's right. That's right, man. So 4 a.m., man. We got real hardcore fans in here, man. Like real hardcores. My man has to work in a couple of hours, so hopefully the card gets through. Otherwise, you're probably going to have to try and catch this while you are driving to work, if that's possible for you. I've driven a lot of road trips watching fights, so I was in roller coasters watching fights, if you can believe that. So, you know what I mean? It's not highly unusual. All right, here we go. Round number 2. No, round number 3. Sorry. All right, so he allows him to walk forward, and yes, you are right. He is a little bit scared to engage with him. Holy, that. Oh, that one. Okay, you're a little ahead of me. Gotcha. Okay. Yes, that one. And he still kept on keeping on. Oh, that dude is crazy. I had Mckee as a winner. Sola did great. And just like that, he finished him out of nowhere. Just like that, he finished him out of nowhere. Wow, man. Yeah, good finish, though. But a little controversial. That's a nasty rip to the body right there. Okay, yeah, that was a delayed reaction. Yeah, he hits the canvas after that one. Okay. What fight are we on? We are on Rhys, Mckee, and Sola. That just finished right now. But yeah, he said Sola looks scared, but looks like he's got some hands. Oh, yeah, man. You know, he hit him right in the body on that one with a perfect shot. So the next fight, Marty, is going to be Mason Jones versus Borralho Oki. So, yeah, Mason Jones, who trains out here in Sacramento. So, all right, man. Yeah, good job on Sola on that one. On to the next fight. Is in high demand to fight Aspinall. He's not in high demand to fight anybody else. But if Tom Aspinall was to fight Jon Jones, it would vindicate the reality of his undisputed championship, right? Islam versus Ilya. I think Islam is a bigger star than Ilya, even though people like to pretend Ilya is a bigger star. But I think that Ilya is only a big star in Spain, right? Whereas Islam, he encompasses the world because obviously he's a Muslim fighter. So being a Muslim fighter means you got all the European Muslim hooligans on your side. You got the Saudi Arabians, the Emiratis, and then you got the Muslims that live in other Western countries such as Australia, America, and Canada who have his back. So Hate Love says has to be Jones versus Conor. Fresh Melon Juice comes out versus Islam. Renegade Brand says Jones versus Conor. Hater Love says I meant Jones versus Aspinall. Okay, so you think, yeah, I agree. I think Jones versus Aspinall would be in higher demand out of all those things. Tooth Bud says, no, I think Conor would make the most still. He still pulls all the casuals, and all of us regulars will watch it too, even if we don't want to admit it. That's true. Conor McGregor has become sort of like a guilty pleasure nowadays, right? Now, no pun intended, back in the days, pro wrestling was, a guilty pleasure. I remember back in the days, some people were sort of like ashamed to watch pro wrestling. Like you're watching pro wrestling and then people walk in on you, and then the next thing you know, you're changing the channel to watch like Maury or Jerry Springer or something, like as if that's any better. But obviously I'm not naming any specific situations other than just hypothetical situations, of course. Tooth Bud says, at the end of the day, it's the casuals that make the difference. Yes, it is. And that's a very good point. I'm going to mark that comment, Tooth Buds. The reason why I'm going to mark that comment is because all of us hardcores, and I'm going to assume everyone in here is a hardcore, right? The reason why we're all hardcores is because we're going to watch literally everything. So they got us. Okay, you want to throw a fight night card in Apex Center, we're going to watch it. You want to throw a fight night card in Paris in the middle of an afternoon in the West Coast of America, we're going to watch it.
Come take a look at what makes this landscape unique. It's not about the look, it's about how it gets built. It's called design build landscaping. And once you understand it, you'll never do landscaping the old way again.
But for everybody else, they want to bring in prime time, 7 p.m. on the dot of a pay-per-view night. You want to be able to attract the casuals. They are what matters the most because we are the base foundation. Us hardcores are the base foundation of the industry, but the casuals are the true life-changing money for the promotion and the fighters themselves. So that's what it is. Yeah, so the casuals definitely do make the difference. Renegade Brand says Khamzat versus Islam doesn't even make sense. Khamzat would have to eat air for a year to go to welterweight, and why the F would Islam go to middleweight, my guy? Yeah, they're not going to fight. They said that they're not going to fight because they do not want to build animosity towards the Chechens and the Dagestanis. So in other words, Islam is afraid of creating a split between them, which was already volatile in the first place, indicative of the Abu Bakr and Khamzat street fight that they had outside of the cage while Islam was talking to Joe Rogan after winning his championship. I think it was Joe Rogan he was talking to. I'm not sure. Maybe no, it was probably Daniel Cormier, because at a certain point, Joe Rogan stopped doing overseas cards. So Toothbud says, we watch every pay-per-view no matter how bad it is. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Fresh Melon Juice says, O'Malley eats air. You know what? I think it would probably be time for O'Malley to move up to 145 at some point, right? Park Osterwich says, the casual and the trolls are kings. The casual and the trolls are kings. You're right about that, right? Because I tell you what, in subject to MMA Guru, by the way, MMA Guru, he's also part of this live stream in the title that I had put here. What was I going to say about MMA Guru? Okay, so when he had 20,000 subscribers, right? Those are real, genuine MMA Guru fans and real, genuine hardcore fans. The 100,000 to 200,000 to 300,000 followers that he has going on, this is now based on the reality of him having casuals and just trolls in his chat. I mean, look, I got a lot of casuals and a lot of trolls that come in here. So, you know, inshallah, that's a good sign for me. Toothbud says, man, I don't know why it makes me nervous for O'Malley to move up. His power isn't even that crazy at 35. I don't know if it'll translate well at 145. Well, not so fast. I think that if O'Malley was to move up to 145, I think that he would be a lot faster because he's not cutting a lot of weight. But that remains to be seen. Renegade Brand says, I think it's an unpopular opinion, but I want to see Izzy versus Sean 3. White House. Okay, remember, White House. They still have to fill up the White House card. And by the way, it's been confirmed that the White House fight is on and cracking. They're going to get it cracking soon. So Toothbud says, does O'Malley have a tough weight cut? Yeah, he definitely has a tough weight cut on him for sure. Yeah.
On a max has a mandatory mental health evaluation, like a sentence. That's
okay, so he's saying, Doug Malo is saying here that he would like to see Raja get a mental health evaluation. And quite frankly, I think he's right. Look, make no mistake about it. I will back Rampage for the life of me, right? He's a good friend of TJ Dillashaw. I love TJ Dillashaw. That is my homie. I've trained with the guy. I love what he's about. I love the accomplishments that he's made in the cage. And also, I love the fact that he's living his best life in his retirement fight. You've seen TJ Dillashaw lately looking hugged up. Bro, he's a 135 fighter, and he looks like he's almost as big as me now, right? So shout outs to TJ Dillashaw in regards to that. Also, shout outs to Rampage. I'm going to have their back. But Rampage, unfortunately, is a narcissistic father, and I think that Raja got the butt end of that. So I agree with Doug Malo on this. If Izzy versus Sean 3 is both their attachment, it's 2. It would be Sean and Izzy versus 2. They only fought one time, okay? And Sean has that win. So yeah, Renegade Brand says you trained with TJ. I did. Yeah, I trained with TJ, Uriah Faber, Chad Mendez, Andre Feely, Joseph Benavidez. Who else was in Team Alpha Male? Well, Anthony Pettis also came out here with Sergio Pettis before Sergio Pettis was a pro.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment.
and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
So yeah, I've trained with you know, a few exceptional people in the game. So you know, so I hope that gives me some kind of, you know, authority to be able to talk about MMA. Toothbutt says, no offense, but Team Alpha Male seems like a graveyard for great fighters. I mean, you know, that's your opinion, but you know, we also have other fighters that are on the come up as well. You know, people from around the world, not just Sacramento originals, but yeah. Toothbud says, I really liked them at first, but I've noticed they can't produce champs anymore. Yeah, it's just an evolving game. Look, there was a period where, you know, they had a few champs. They had, you know, they were passing championships from Cody Garbrandt to TJ Dillashaw to Dominic Cruz. And then Dominic Cruz had series with Uriah Faber. So, yeah. Put Khamzat versus Raja. That will teach Raja a lesson he will soon not forget. I mean, look, you put him in there against Khamzat. That's not a punishment. That's literally rewarding him, in my opinion. Renegade Brand says, I meant to type 2. Okay. Toothbud says, TJ noticed that and left for brighter pastures. You know what? I agree. I agree. Look, man, listen, Team Alpha Male is not the end all be all, right? Even though I'm from, you know, Sacramento, I live here, I've trained in that team. Yeah, I don't think they're the end all be all, right? And plus, you know, they weren't the only team that I trained with out in Sacramento as well. It just so happens that when TJ decided to train with another team in another state, in another town, that somehow that was a big offense to, you know, the general of the team, Uriah Faber. So, Renegade says, do you think Merab is a better bantamweight than TJ? You know what? I don't know if you're going to get, you know, all right. So that's a good question that they asked, right? Is Merab a better bantamweight than TJ? You're going to find out later. So just stay tuned to the live stream. Meanwhile, we got the Demolition Man versus Mason Jones right here going on. So, all right. Man, I'm very much excited for this fight, man. I am a big fan of Mason Jones, obviously. Team Alpha Male guy. Can't go wrong with that. So, here we go. Oh, yeah, let me get to these comments. Y'all be talking smack when I'm like gone. All right, let's see this. Right, looks like he's got some hands. I think Oki's going to win. Oki by brute force. Okay, yeah, he's a strong dude. Because casual can of paint. Casual can of paint. Kyrie on a job interview, when they ask him if he would like to work with them, he says, I don't know you from a can of paint. That's funny. That's hilarious. All right, here we go. All right, Rich Mitchell. Round number 1. Oh, wow, man. Straight away, they go at it. All right. Oh, man, there's some hot exchanges right here. There's Oki right. Oh, my goodness. He just knocked down Mason Jones. That is crazy. Maybe Shaman was onto something here, right? This is what my man said earlier right here. He's a strong dude. Definitely is, and he's showing it right now. Let's see if he has finishing ability, because he's got Mason Jones really hurt right now. Look at this. He really has him hurt right now after that first knockdown. And he's going to keep going. He's going to keep swinging. At this point, right, I'm very surprised Mason's not trying for any kicks here. But, man, listen, this finish is coming a lot sooner. Oh, wow, Wesley Snipes, Demolition Man's going at him right now. Now let's see if he can keep this up, though. Okay, because you know there's going to be a lot of energy expenditure that's going on with this right now. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's connecting with these shots, though. It is a lot of energy, but it is connecting, and oh, wow. Now it is him that is hurting Oki right now. And look, there's Mason going for a guillotine choke right here. Wow, man. Talk about a back and forth out of nowhere. Oh, wow. And then he takes him down again. Okay, now in a north-south position for Mason Jones here. North-south position. Now he's in side control. What is he looking to do? I think he's looking to transition into mount. Okay, but then he goes and settles for north-south position. Oh, he's looking for an arm. Oh, a Kimura. Oh, wow, man. Great job on the submission defense of Oki on that one. Oh, wow, man. The crowd is giving Oki his props right now. He really escaped that one right there. Okay, now he's really going for that Kimura right now. And that is the end of the first round right there. Wow, man. What a crazy first round that was. Absolute pandemonium. It's absolute pandemonium. Mean Gene. The most electrifying man in sports entertainment.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's a I'm telling you, Kharia El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kyrie below tier. Fucking so what?
There it is. Okay. Round 2. Let's go. Okay, so in round 2, there's low kick. Leg kick by Mason Jones. Good leg kick by Mason Jones. Okay. High kick, and he missed. Mason Jones missed with that leg kick. What's going on with you, Mason Jones? Okay. Here's Demolition Man. Hey, he tried to kick Demolition Man. He says, no, out the way. Out. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Oh, Demolition Man, low kick. There's Mason Jones. 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. With Mason Jones. 1-2. Okay, brother, you must wrestle now. Let's wrestle. Wrestle. Let's go. Wrestle. Add wrestling. Yes, boxing. Very good. Yes, but must add wrestling. Oh, there's flying knee by Demolition Man, but he missed. Niets. And then there's Mason Jones. Mason Jones. Front kick by Mason Jones. Very good. Okay, now he go. Leg kick by Demolition Man, by Wesley Snipes. All right, so yeah, I can only keep up, with that for so long. Oh, there's a good shot right there by Oki. Oh, there's some spinning back elbows right there by Mason Jones. Oh, wow, man. Some good scrambling exchanges right here. Oh, wow. It's a good throw right there. Judo throw by Mason Jones. All right, now he's back on mount position right now. Wow, so it is Mason Jones that is in full mount position right now. Oh, wow. Elbows from the top. Oh, wow, man. Look at this. Just constant elbows by Mason Jones right now. On full mount position, too. The referee is looking at this really closely. I cannot believe this. Mason Jones gets a TKO. Ground and pound finish. Unbelievable, man. Great job by Mason Jones. Wow. And he finished him at exactly 4 hours and 10 minutes and 10 seconds onto my live stream. Yeah, and it all started from that takedown right there. Wow, man, he was on him the whole entire time, man. Great job by Mason Jones on that one. All right, guys, so who do I think is the greatest? I can't understand this English commentator. Which one? Are you talking about Michael Bisping? All right, who do I think is the greatest 135er ever? Find out. Real answer for me on that, because in my opinion, I think that TJ Dillashaw is the greatest 135er ever. Right, I think that he's the greatest 135er ever, and I absolutely stand on that. So, were you there when Dwayne Ludwig was around? What happened to him? Yeah, they moved to Colorado, and and TJ, had gone with him. So let me show you a picture of me and Uriah training together back in 2011 on his UFC debut when.
Is your mind secretly sabotaging your success? What if there was a way you could instantly stop self-sabotage and reprogram it for success today? And sleep all the way down, all the way down. The world's highest achievers have a secret that they don't advertise. It's not their morning routine. It's not their diet. It's how they've programmed their subconscious mind for massive success. Dom the Hypnotist here. You may have heard about me on the Joe Rogan podcast or ESPN. Maybe your favorite NFL, UFC, Olympic athlete, actor, or celebrity had done some work with me.
I worked with this guy named Dom the Hypnotist. He has a big Instagram. He's a really, really smart guy. He had helped me realize what
The UFC was bought out by the WEC. Let me see if oh, by the way, speaking of MMA royalty, do you guys know who that is? Do you guys know who that is that I'm FaceTiming on that phone? Right, rest in peace to the greatest coach of MMA right there. Okay, just so you guys know that, AKA has filmed the best MMA content of all time. No, Dominic Cruz is the GOAT bantamweight. Merab is funny as F. They are definitely great, Jim, but don't get me wrong, they are not top tier like ATT or AKA. I think Team Alpha Male emphasizes more on lower weight classes. By the way, there's me and Uriah right here. Yep. So that was the same fight card that John Jones won his first light heavyweight championship. So yeah, I had one MMA fight, and before that I'm undefeated in amateur Muay Thai. So I fought in amateur Muay Thai. Let me show you some pictures of my fights right here. So this was my my only MMA fight right here back in 2012, right? That got ruled a no contest from an illegal kick. This is my Muay Thai fight. Look at this. I need this guy right here. This is, yeah, one of my Muay Thai fights right here. And then that's me winning that trophy that you see right here. Right? So, yeah. So there it is. Right? Renegade Brand says, Mighty Mouse, GSP, Randy Couture, and Amanda Nunes, Mount Rushmore. What do you think? Mighty Mouse, GSP, Randy Couture, and Amanda Nunes. That's your Mount Rushmore? Okay. Toothbutt says, any plans for the future? I'd love to come to SAC when I visit. Yeah, man. Let me know if you're here. Let me know. Tap in with me, bro, for sure, man. I definitely would love to tap in with my supporters online. That would absolutely be awesome for sure. So okay. So the other topic I wanted to talk about, obviously we're all in the same topic anyway, but yeah, MMA Guru could get sued by Rampage Jackson. So I'm probably going to do a side video on that, just to kind of, emphasize on that. So be on the lookout for that. I'm going to try to do a video on that. I haven't done videos in a couple of days, just been doing live stream. But yeah, Fresh Melon Juice says Pantoja, Mount Rushmore. Man, you are the biggest Pantoja fan ever from what I noticed. Hate Love says Khabib, Islam, Khamzat, Tom, Mighty Mouse, GSP, and the Diaz brothers. Okay, so let me see here. Let me see how many. Oh wow. Okay, 500 views we got on this over. Okay, so yeah, let's That's not even a Mount Rushmore. He said, okay. So, all right, here we go. Here's more on Doug Malo.
But not overdoing it with a mandatory of you can't have any type of parole or anything early until you have this mandatory health evaluation and therapy program.
So those were your thoughts when you did the interview. Do you still stand by that?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that he shouldn't be sentenced at all. Like, that never left my mouth. I was saying he shouldn't have this max sentence or this heavy sentence. Like, attempted murder, what's the max on that? Like 15 years?
At least, probably.
Right? So, like, he's 25. Like, it's messed up what he did this too. It's a serious situation, so he's going to get what he's going to get. I'm just saying it shouldn't be throw the whole book at him. Like, let's try to take a look at what happened and then maximize how much help he can get mentally, plus the sentence. But that has to be in tandem. It's not just go rot in jail, but with mental health and a forced therapy program and benchmarks to get to, then I feel like that's a saving grace. You know what I mean? That's something that I feel like that's an agreeable thing.
So those are your own opinions. Have you talked to Rampage Jackson at all?
No, but if I did, $1 million.
And then you'll change your opinions to Roger doesn't need any jail time.
No, I won't change my opinions.
So what's the million for?
Just because I want $1 million. I just would never change my opinion for money. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. I don't know if you guys want to see my bank account and how broke I am right now.
No, we believe you. But what I wanted to point out is just knowing Doug. I think in that situation, he was just trying to see everybody's side of it, but that's just the person Doug is. Obviously, he's not been paid off. Speaking of Stu, he's out of the hospital as of today. I saw a post. Now, how aware is he of what actually happened? Because at one point, I saw something about they said they don't want anybody to tell him what happened and to say he just hit his head in the ring. So at this point,
okay, so now we're getting into some really interesting things here that they are talking about here. Let me see here. The chat is getting into some interesting topics, and Doug Malo and the Scaling Up podcast is getting into some interesting comments. So
all right, so February is American Heart Month, and our next guest has the secret ingredients to a healthy life. Dr. Nathan Bryan is spreading awareness in his new book, The Secret of Nitric Oxide, on the surprising ingredients that lower your risk of many illnesses, including heart disease. Dr. Bryan joins us now. Doctor, thanks so much for joining the program.
That's great to be with you.
So everyone always says they have the secret. Right. Why is your secret different?
Well, nitric oxide is this naturally produced molecule.
Mm-hmm.
It was discovered back in the late 70s, early 80s. A Nobel Prize was awarded for its discovery in 1998. But this simple molecule is what dilates blood vessels, improves blood flow, improves tissue oxygenation, mitigates the vascular inflammation, oxidative stress, and immune dysfunction that we see in really most major chronic diseases.
Where do you normally find nitric oxide in?
Well, it's a gas. When it's produced inside the lining of the blood vessel, it's a gas that dissipates, and it's a signaling molecule. So it signals the surrounding smooth muscle to relax, and it dilates blood vessels. So the challenge in medicine has been, how do you deliver nitric oxide gas in an outpatient setting to restore what's missing in the human body? Because the science tells us that the older we get, the less we make of this molecule, and that sets the stage for...
Are there some foods that you go to increase the production of the...
Well, you can get it from diet. So exercise stimulates the natural production of nitric oxide. There are certain foods we eat, primarily green leafy vegetables, contain an ingredient called inorganic nitrate that then the human body and really the bacteria that live in the crypts of the tongue and the mouth can convert this into bioactive nitric oxide. So this is why it's important. Oral hygiene and systemic health, the connection between that is our oral microbiome, the bacteria that live in and on our body.
So do you immediately see the effects of this? So, for example, if I go on a run, am I going to see increased nitric oxide? Or if I go to the gym and do a 25-minute workout or yoga or something like that?
Well, so it's a gas. It's very difficult to detect. We can detect it in kind of functional measurements when we look at what's called flow-mediated dilatation. But exercise stimulates the natural production of nitric oxide, and that's why exercise is medicine. But some people feel it. You know, if your body can't make nitric oxide and you begin to exercise, then you fatigue early. And that's the the root cause of what we call ischemic heart disease or the angina, because you can't dilate the blood vessels of the coronary arteries when you start to exercise, and people get what's called exertional angina.
So we're in the age of Ozempic and a lot of these other products. So if I don't want to exercise and if I don't want to eat the greeny stuff, what can I do to get the production of the nitric oxide?
Well, that's really the work of the past 30 years in academia and basic science, is we figured out how to deliver nitric oxide gas. And so we created a line of products. We're working on drug therapy, specifically for ischemic heart disease and Alzheimer's, and we make a topical drug for diabetic ulcers. But in the meantime, I created a line of consumer products. So you as a consumer or any consumers out there can go and get products that actually producing nitric oxide gas. So if your body can't make it, if it's lost the ability to make it, then I have product technology that does it for you.
And this is going to help people live longer as a result.
Well, that's what the data tell us. I mean, the functional loss of nitric oxide in the lining of the blood vessels is what's responsible for the rapid progression of age-related disease, including cardiovascular disease, which still remains the #1 killer of men and women worldwide. And I think that's really the purpose of the book, is to bring this to the fore, because, you know, even though this molecule is 40 years old, a Nobel Prize awarding, most people still don't understand how important this molecule is. So whether you're sick and been poorly managed, I mean, my recommendation is to look at nitric oxide, loss of nitric oxide, as a potential cause of whatever condition, and then focus on restoring nitric oxide. And we see people get better all day.
All right, doctor, I'm going to give this a shot because I eat a lot of fried foods, which I'm not supposed to.
Well,
so I need to
right?
That's exactly right. So we got to have our fried foods. Thank you for sharing with our audience today, doctor. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Anti-juice. Okay, Toothbud says no one is including John Jones. I'm assuming because he popped for PEDs. Oh yeah, and Silva too. Okay, so that is a trend that I noticed you guys were doing when you're doing your GOAT list there. Okay, so that's very interesting. Renegade Brand says in a prime Mount Rushmore, Silva is too. Yes. Hate Love says, yeah, no love for cheaters. Conor left the testing pool and did PEDs and then was ready to rejoin. Don't pop when your camp is just that even. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Yeah, I think everybody at some point has used PEDs. I will say Conor McGregor was very anti-PEDs, right? He was a guy that absolutely believed in his own abilities. Now, when he got that leg injury from the Dustin Poirier fight, it changed a little bit. It changed to the point where, you know, he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to start taking PEDs now, because the reason why I'm going to start taking PEDs is because my leg is injured, my leg is busted up, and as a result of that, well, this is what I got to do to get better. So, all right. So,
fully aware of.
Okay, so, all right, Psycho Stu is now out of the hospital. That is the next thing that they're going to talk about. Guys, go check out this podcast with Scaling Up Podcast regarding Doug Malo and his accounts of his conversation with LAPD. So the next topic at hand, which, by the way, we're going to get into the bonus round, is MMA Guru potentially getting sued by Rampage Jackson. So I'm going to play a clip of MMA Guru responding to Rampage potentially suing him, and then we're going to talk about it. Okay, so there's a clip of him. Okay, so here it is. Shout-outs to Gray Shirt for getting this on the internet right here. Okay, so he says hate love. Yeah, no love for cheaters. Prime Kane, Prime Stipe, Prime BJ Penn, and Prime Conor is the Prime Mount Rushmore. Okay. Toothbud says, yeah, Prime Kane is still the heavyweight GOAT. Renegade Brand says, oh, yeah, no one is replacing his Prime. Okay, so, guys, I want you to listen to this audio with MMA Guru responding to Jackson threatening to sue him. I'm going to be right back.
Yes. 4 parties this week, Ryan? At this rate, we're going to have to take out a second mortgage.
Don't worry, this is grocery outlet. Saving big's kind of the thing.
He's right. You'd be surprised how much you can get for less here. From gourmet items to everyday staples, we've got it all.
Even this is in our budget?
Absolutely. Go ahead, grab more.
Hey, don't worry. The house is safe.
Okay, spa day with the girls, because these parties aren't going to de-stress themselves.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
I'm sandwiched between the two generations. I'm helping to give caregiver responsibilities to my dad and then my son who's just out of college. So it's like, where can I put my money where it can grow a little bit faster? I found Wealth Front and let it work its magic. The cash account is more like, what will my dad need? And then the investment account is what I want. My passion is traveling. I traveled to 6 continents. My last continent is what I'm trying to save for. You get that, oh, you've earned so much this month. It's like, hey, I made a wise decision there.
And then we're going to talk about it, okay? So listen to this and let me know what you guys think afterwards, okay? I'll be right back.
And there once was a man years ago. I would actually turn into a campfire story in Dagestan. That's actually true, chat. They'd be sitting around the campfire, yeah. I'm telling you, chat, they'd be sitting around the campfire. There was a man, he comes.
Hey, shout outs to Renegade Brand. I will see you soon, brother. Shout outs to you. But in the meantime, yeah, you guys stay and listen to this audio. We're going to talk about MMA Guru and him responding to Rampage Jackson potential. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, so here we are. Paul Craig versus Modestas Bukauskas, round 1. Starting right now. Paul Craig. Bloody Paul Craig. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Bukauskas. All right, there's a clinch position right there by Modestas. Paul Craig is very comfortable in these positions right here. Okay, nice leg kick right there by Paul Craig. Yeah, they said that this is the best shape that Bukauskas has been in his entire career. So once again, the second chance that he got in the UFC, he's proven right to, really do a good number on Paul Craig right now. All right, so now they're in the clinch position right now. Paul Craig looking to get some trips with these takedown exchanges right here. Or, okay, use the body lock. Really trying hard to drag him down. Oh, there's Paul Craig pulling guard. The guard puller. Oh, he's asleep. Oh, my goodness. He was asleep on that one. Wow, man, he took him out like literally right there on the spot, right? Like as the round was about to end with that elbow shot. Wow. I can't believe it, man. That is why you don't stop throwing until that bell rings. Yeah, so is this the passing of the torch, right? With who the best light heavyweight is in the UK. And by the way, shout out to the story of Modestas Bukauskas being able to, just come back like this and getting cut from the UFC, having to go prove himself at Cage Warriors once again. And then look at this. Look at this. Just a ground and pound position. Wow, man, that final elbow right there is what did it. That final elbow is what did it right there. Wow, man, yeah, devastating shot. The Baltic Gladiator, man. All right, let's hear what he has to say here. All right, and next fight is Ruffy versus Benoit Saint-Denis. I got Ruffy on that one. Easy. Easy, I got Ruffy on that one. Man, winning 6 out of his last 7, man. They're asking him what he wants next. And Fresh asks, who do you have in the main event? I have Imavov in that one, Fresh. Yeah, I'm going with Imavov on that one, if that doesn't surprise you. All right, so he's looking for a shot at the top 15, he says. All right, so he's looking to get a top 15. I completely agree. Oh, let's see what he's doing here. I guess Paul Craig is retiring right here. Paul Craig is officially retiring right now. It's been a long beating that he's taken in this sport, right? Just like everybody else, right? This is how everybody exits out of the sport. They exit out of the sport getting knocked out like this, and it's just, the harsh reality of it, which is why we appreciate when we got people like George St. Pierre, people like Lennox Lewis, Floyd Mayweather, Khabib, because not all of them go out on top like this. You stay long enough, you're going to stay for even more damages and more damages until you finally had enough. So that's what it is, man. So shout outs to Modestas, shout outs to Paul Craig, a great career. He's got some wins over some former champions and some great fights along the way. Ain't no shame in that. And one of the best jiu-jitsu guys out there in the sport of MMA to do it. So shout out to Paul Craig. Potentially suing him. So I'll see you around, my man. But yeah, stay, everybody in the chat, stay. We're going to keep the thing going. Just listen to this. Shout out to you, Renegade Brand. Thank you for the interesting conversation that we had today. You've been a very big contributor to the conversations today. All right, we'll be right back.
This guy, not inbred, not even the slightest. I'm being serious. This is very real story, brother. You need to hear the tale of the man. He come here, no, fucking cousin. We offer him 10 goats. He say, no, this is disgusting, this guy. Crazy.
I would become a campfire story in Dagestan by turning down a fucking sheep. Thank you very much for the $2. Impression of perfectly fluent English AI translated Yuri. I'm jolly well looking forward to my bout with Kelly the Roundtree. I'm going to give him a harsh history lesson, It acts like he's not gay.
Hey guys, don't be shy to drop in some super chats, okay? He says I'll be right back. AP says Prime's a beat or Ivleev. Ooh, I'm gonna probably go with Ivleev. Finn Bryant says LOL Guru is funny as F. Yeah, he is. But he's facing a lawsuit right now, and then he talks about potentially the potentiality of all of that here. So listen to this.
I totally don't have a boner. Tonight.
What are you doing here, John Jones? Thank you for the 15 months of membership. Weirdest, sketchiest thing that's happened to you while alone at your house?
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's
I mean, I used to have really bad sleep paralysis, so I thought I got raped by a demon once when I was asleep. I didn't get raped; it just sort of took me down, pushed on the back of my head. That was it. That's probably the weirdest thing. I've had other things, but I don't want to tell because, yeah. Thank you for the 2. Prediction for Huffy, but yeah, you know, it's it. People, they're interested in creatures. The prediction for Huffy versus Benoit Saint-Denis. Huffy. Benoit's too slow. What do you think of Conor smashing young fighters in sparring? I don't think he was. He was holding back a little bit. He held back on that left hand, so I disagree. You got to rough up the fucking youngins a little bit, see if they're ready for it. But I don't think he was fucking them up. I think he was just doing logical sparring. Impression of Volk realizing Nina Drama was in air fryer. Was in the air fryer. Hang on a minute, I've left Nina in there. Holy shit. The sleep paralysis demon. Yeah, I got raped by a sleep paralysis demon, but he didn't rape me. And it might not even been a he, but with the strength that he required to push my head down, it might have been. No, it's probably a woman. Basically, I had a dream here that there was this demon running, sprinting through the streets. And then during me following a third-person perspective shot of this demonic-looking thing, man or woman, might be a man with long hair, sprinting through the streets, I started noticing the street names and the road names and recognizing the turnings. And I was like, oh my God, he's coming to the house. So he runs to the house, goes straight up to the front door. I'm watching it happen. Third person perspective, this demonic creature. Run to my front door, bang on the front door. Then the dream changes to where I'm inside the house. I can hear it banging on the door, but I can still see it from the outside. Comes into the house, comes into the room. Doesn't come into the room, sorry. A weird thing happens. I look up top left. I see an upside down cross with a balloon on top of it. Then it comes into the house, opens the door while I'm turned to the other side of the door. I can't move. It's in the room, and it pushes my head down like this. Like that. Really pushes my head down into the pillow, and I just went, ah. That's the only thing I could do. And then it stopped, and I woke up in a fucking hot sweat.
We're Lulu in Georgia, here to inspire you to live beautifully at home. Driven by a passion for design and a clear point of view, Lulu in Georgia has become the destination for interior designers and design enthusiasts alike. Lulu in Georgia. Bring beauty home.
Apply for a new place from any place with just a single click. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Thank you for the £2. And I saw the outline of the upside down cross thing with a balloon above it. It's fucking weird. Joe Rogan had the same experience, but in the woods. Yeah, true. Impression of Volk, already read it. You say you got JDM just like how you had DDP? What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like I had fighters to win as well, and they won. Yeah, I've got JDM just like I had JDM against Bilal. Yeah, wow. I got a fight wrong once. It's crazy, bro. Impression. Oh, this guy's Indian that he's fighting, Tommy McMillan. Oh, no, he isn't. He's Caucus. Oh, different. Very different. Fucking hell, never mind. I thought that was an easy dub. Please tell me you've watched Lucas' latest video. What is Lucas's latest video? I don't worry about Rampage, man. You can stream from prison. It's not like you go outside anyway. Exactly, man. Exactly. What has he been saying? If Ilya were to fight Benoit Saint-Denis, Lucas would have an existential crisis. It's like picking between... Dude is the most recency biased man of all time. Let me see what he's saying. Thank you for the $2. The last Kill Tony had Rob Schneider. It was good. Okay, maybe I'll check it out. Ploddy Man Blades. I don't know what the takes are. Garn's not a top 15 heavyweight. What was that? Oh, Curtis Blades is in a top 5 heavyweight. Ploddy Man Blades. I can't really see what the takes are. The heavyweight division today is a lot better than heavy division. I agree. Magomed Ankalaev is the most unbeatable light heavyweight champ of all time. He just touched the belt. What other takes? Nobody outside of Hamza Andrikas has a chance to beat Anthony Hernandez. I don't mind it. Why Hamza Andrikas? So they're two completely different styles to try and beat him. I think RDR's got a weirdly good chance. Gilbert Burns, the worst ranked fighter in the UFC right now, excluding heavyweight. Interesting. I'd say Anian Zabia. No, never mind. Maybe not. He did beat Aldo. You say like Roman Kopylov or like Zhang Mingyang or Alonzo Menifield rather than Gilbert Burns. Maybe his current form. These interesting takes. We are not worried at all. We'd gladly accept an Armin fight. All right, I'm done reading it now. Arnold Allen is the most underrated fighter. I agree. I don't think if he beats Man, he's a flyweight go. Yo, Guru, pick.
I got people like MMA Guru telling me to stop streaming, and he trying to dig up the past and stuff, and he opened himself up for defamation of character. He's a fucking idiot. He's talking about the time when I got in that car accident, and he's twisting the facts. Like I've already this over. I already did interviews about it and told everything, and I never was speeding. It wasn't a high speed chase. Didn't crash in the back of somebody going 60 miles per hour, and no one had a miscarriage that day. And only thing I did, only damage I did was hit a side view mirror. That's why I didn't get no time, but I did get 200 hours of community service. So what I did was I went to different schools and I talked to young kids for 200 hours. I talked to young kids and told them about the street life. You know, I grew up on the streets, and I was basically teaching young kids, like, if you grew up on the street, like I said, some kids just born into a bad situation because their parents, you know, where they're born, right? And I was unfortunately, one of those kids just born into like a certain neighborhood that had guys that want to be crime boss, and they liked me because I was tough, taught me how to fight, taught me how to do all this stuff. And I learned not to be like them. And I told people, teaching people that the streets, it's a dead end, but you can learn what you take.
I've noticed that. I was getting a bit puffy at a certain point a couple weeks ago. Rampage gonna get you, little dirty word user. Yeah. Dude, you know what's crazy, chat? I thought Rampage Jackson was gonna like offer to fight me. That was gonna be like the end game of this. Threatening to sue over defamation when I'm reading public information is insane. You know what I mean? Insane. I'm going to make a video tomorrow about it. I think I should enter the video with a calm head. Thank you for the $2. Rampage trying to sue you. What the fuck? He said, you know, you're leaving yourself, that's defamation and all of this, bro. I don't know what he's saying. What up, mate? Looking cute today. Thank you very much for the 5 months of membership. He's mentioning defamation because I read an article. Rampage.
Hello, my name is Dr. Nathan Bryan, an international expert in nitric oxide biochemistry and physiology. I spent more than 25 years in the basic sciences, having a bachelor's.
I read a public article on Google. Sue the newspaper if that's defamation. Oh, no, never mind. He's scaring me off with bullshit, bro. You do not win that case. Reading public information. Are you done? Thank you for the £2. Guru, you seen the new MMA prospect? Stu Asmongold, dude. Sue Penguins EO. You know what I mean? It's so dumb. I'm not going to speak on it too much because I want to save it for a video, but either way. Guru's version of Raja being a dumb animal? Gee, I won't kill him. I sure do love donating to the character MMA Guru. Thank you. I do enjoy doing the character, the MMA Guru. Rip Harry Hardwick, another Cage Warriors champ down the drain. Dude, it's not fair the way he's been signed. But he's going to win with his grappling. I agree, though, it's the BP1. He's going to win by his wicked back take system. This is what we don't consider. Impression of Guru's new appreciation of after his lawyer helped him beat. There's no need for a lawyer. He'll get thrown out of UK court. I read a public article at Rampage. That's not how it works. I don't know if he got told just say it and see if he stops making videos, but you're going to take me to court. I'm going to say, oh yeah, I just read an article online. What's the article? Oh, this is the article I read out. one, man. Thank you for the $5. Jones cleared of all charges. I know it's such bullshit. We just let them get away with anything. All right, chill out. Thank you for the $5. They'll give them a real case. Man showing up at court. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Thank you for the $5. You just know Bear was the one who told Rampage to sue? I don't know. But it ain't going to happen, man. I don't know how you can sue me for reading public information. I don't get it. I thought Rampage was going to, like, call me out for a fight, and that's where this was going to end up. Such a letdown of a man.
Okay, that's a very good question. I'm going to answer that question in 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 29 seconds, because I'm going off of a timestamp. So I'm going to answer that question right now as we are headed into our fight with Benoit Saint-Denis and Mauricio Ruffy. So Benoit Saint-Denis, 28, 29, both 29, both 5'11", both 155. The reach is a 73-inch reach for Benoit Saint-Denis, 75 for Ruffy. Everything is virtually identical. So just right before we get into that match, I'm going to answer this question with Marty Miller. Does it bother you when BJJ guys refer to their matches as fights? My answer is yes. Marty, you've wrestled in middle school, high school, right? You would imagine we could literally tell people that we've had over 200 fights. Now, how weird is that to say, especially if you also do MMA? Or you've been in a street fight, right? You know what a fight is. It's not, what they do is not a fight. It's a match, right? It's part of martial arts, but it's a match. Taekwondo, point fighting, is also not a fight, but it's a match. Even though there's striking involved, it's still a match. Now, is fencing a combat or is it a fight? No, it's a match. Because you are working for a position, but there are no real dire consequences that you would call a fight. A fight is, in my opinion, synonymous with war. And I don't think there's any real wars going on in BJJ. They do help the defense of war, but you know who else helps the defense of war are people that are engineers. So Jala, Fresh Melon Juice says, I'm a cowboy gunslinger, and I think MMA is a match. Okay, well, there you go. You're in a completely different level of gangster there, Fresh. All right, here we go. There's Benoit Saint-Denis starting out with a really low stance, sort of trying to match the Conor McGregor stance that Ruffy has going on. Right, he has that, really Taekwondo type of stance that he has going on there. Now there's a clinch position. There's Benoit Saint-Denis looking to take him down, and so he does. He takes Ruffy down very early in the fight. And we're already in the co-main event of the evening. All right, he's looking to get an arm triangle here. Now he's in a full mount position. Okay, now he's looking to ground and pound here. Well, now he has the back, but he has, he's got the body lock in there. Benoit Saint-Denis has the body lock, and it looks like Benoit Saint-Denis may be looking to get a rear naked choke. Nope, he doesn't get it all the way. So now Benoit Saint-Denis is on his back. Let's see what he does. By the way, Marty, if you're still here, bro, that movie Ad Vitam, he reminds me of an Ad Vitam character. Oh, there's a head kick right there by Benoit Saint-Denis. Okay, so now yeah, the grappling is definitely on the side of Benoit Saint-Denis, undeniably. Wow, listen to this crowd right now with the little soccer chants that they got going on. That's what it reminds me of, really. It reminds me of like a soccer chant. All right, he's looking for a head and arm choke right now. Now he's in a full mount position. Man, the grappling is definitely not on the side of Ruffy here. And I should have known that the grappling of Benoit Saint-Denis would have been too much for this guy. Okay, now he's got him. They're switching positions on the dominant clinch positions. What is Ruffy complaining here to Herb Dean? Oh, groin strike. Okay. A little bit of a low blow there. All right, here we go. Oh, wow, there it is, man. It goes forward on him. And then there's Benoit Saint-Denis really trying to close the range in on Ruffy. And he figured out that's really what it is. You got to get in there and not allow him to fight at a distance. Him fighting at a distance is what makes Ruffy very dangerous. Really reminds me of like a young Conor McGregor a little bit. All right, that's the end of round one. Yeah, that round, I'm going to have to give that, obviously, to Benoit Saint-Denis. Benoit Saint-Denis has been doing a very good job of, like, just utilizing the distance or the lack of distance against Ruffy, because that's the type of range that Ruffy wants to fight at. And so Benoit Saint-Denis says, not so fast. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to cut you off, and I'm going to cut your angles, and I'm going to make sure that you're, that you're not going to fight me from a distance or sniper shot me from, from far away. So, All right. Round number 2. There's a shot attempt right there by Benoit Saint-Denis. Really fighting at a low stance. It is almost like he's signaling that he wants to shoot in for a takedown. And Ruffy fighting at a very low hand stance. Hands really down low. Oh, there's a flying knee right there that he just caught Benoit with. I'm really surprised Benoit didn't really feel that much. Okay, there's a little scrambling exchanges right here in this body lock. And now it is Ruffy that got on top position right now. Very big opportunity for Ruffy indeed, right? Now let's see how good Benoit is off of his back. But right now, it doesn't look like he really is interested in doing anything. He's actually allowing him to get up, maybe because he feels there is an advantage of him outstriking Benoit Saint-Denis here. Let's see the decision behind Ruffy here. All right, there's BSD trying to take him down right here. All right, now there's the takedown right there by Ruffy. Now he's looking to flatten him out right here. All right, now he's going for ground and pound shots. Oh, okay, he's got a rear naked choke right here. Yeah, but Ruffy looks really calm in this position right now, like as if he knows there's a way out. But yeah, the chin is being tucked, so that's a good defensive mechanism for these attempts by Saint-Denis. Oh, he taps! I can't believe it! Wow, no, it's not actually. Wow, he taps. There it is, man. Wow. Wow, man. Amazing performance by Benoit Saint-Denis. You know what? The same way that we thought Dustin Poirier representing for Ad Vitam. That's right. Yes. Ad Vitam. I still don't know what that means, but I haven't gotten to the final part of that. I'm obviously going to watch that after this, but maybe that's the thing that I should do now, right? You know, movies that are in the close proximity of the cities that these UFC fights are going to be in. Maybe that's a thing. But just like how we underestimated Dustin Poirier against him, right? We underestimated Benoit Saint-Denis going in here with Ruffy. I certainly did. I definitely got this wrong, and I'm not shy to admit it. I'm not shy to admit it. For life. That's right, man. For life. The little wolf pack thing that they do from back in the days. Yeah, man. Wow. Wow, man. Yeah. represent for Ad Vitam. Man. Great win for Benoit Saint Denis. Well deserved as well. Well deserved. Oh, the Moulin Rouge. I remember where that is. That's in the Pigalle district of France. Let me show you guys a photo of me in France back in the early 2000s. Wow, man, the crowd is still going crazy for Benoit Saint Denis right now. Obviously, the next hometown guy is Imavov, obviously. Yeah, this is me in Paris back in 2001, right here. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Bro, I was barely a teenager in that picture, so of course I'm not gonna have a beard, and yeah. Boom, yeah, that was a nice head kick right there by Benoit Saint Denis. Yeah, and it was kind of like a crank the way that he had it cinched in on him, right? It was more right here in the chin than it was on the neck. You know what I mean? Like that. It was the choke. But all right, man, we got the main event coming up. Okay, so he said, man, by the end of the day, all this media stuff gets blown out of proportion, but in reality, it's just two guys that are ready to face each other in the cage. So there you have it. Okay, so I'm going to do a segment right now on what Paris was like in the early 2000s. So maybe okay, so all right, this is what we're going to do, right? Yeah, we're going to talk about Paris in the early 2000s. I tell you what, first and foremost, I remember carrying not a perfume, a cologne on my backpack, which, by the way, is highly illegal now. Okay, this was in the summer of 2001. Approximately 15, 16 years old I was in this picture, and yeah, I was allowed to carry cologne. And I tell you why I say that's significant, other than the fact that the post 9/11 world did not allow you to have these amenities on the flight. When you're in France, the stench that you smell when you get off the airport is absolutely prominent. The French only take showers 3 times a week. I can't even imagine what that's like for people who are athletes, but I would imagine they would probably have to shower more if they are going to do that. Okay. But another thing is that while I think xenophobia is a real thing over there, at least just from my own anecdotal experience, it's not that unusual anywhere in the world. But just saying that it's a fact, it's true. It is something that I see out there. Also, what is this? Wow, what are these people saying? Okay, we gotta cut that one right there. There's people in the UFC chats going off right there. They used to smoke in planes before. Yes, not during this time though. So yeah, perfumes were allowed. Planes smoking, yes, that was allowed unless you had to have a certain section for it. But also, some things don't change. You know, the French have always been, you know, sort of rude. They don't like people that don't speak English. The hotels are very small, right? They don't have the type of hospitality that, you know, the Americans, British, and the Arabs do, right? It's just, you know, a completely different culture. Everything is like closed spaced, right? The breakfast, small meals, you know, small meals all throughout the day, or, you know, they don't eat at all, which I kind of agree with, right? You know, that whole aspect of intermediate fasting, you don't really eat all throughout the day and then you wait to eat till later on. I kind of like that. But yeah, that's what Paris was like back in the days. So also the rap music was pretty good back in the days. I was very familiar with a lot of their rap scene that they had over there. All right, enough about France because you know, these people keep messaging. But all right, well, we are on to the main event right now. So all right, so here we go, guys. We're now in the main event slot of the evening. There it is, the highlights, him taking out Jared Cannonier. Obviously, he also took out Izzy in Saudi Arabia. He said that his fight really went well. It was his 4th main event against the legend. He said that his game plan worked. It was to fake the wrestling in order to set up the boxing. He didn't really fake the wrestling. He absolutely got in there and wrestled, but he did manage to knock him out. Once he got hit in the jaw, he collapsed. He indeed did. After that victory, he knew he had to prove himself. In his head, he knew that he was number one. Now, Kaio that he's taking on, yes, he's a complete fighter. He's good everywhere. But he said that if he wants to be the best, he's got to get through Imavov. And I think Imavov is that guy right now, considering the fact that he does have that win over Izzy. Yeah, Kaio said that he didn't really have any easy challenges in the UFC. Wow, so Nazardine is considered the number one ranked guy right now, huh? That's interesting. Oh, wow, man. Good shots right there. All right, guys, here we go. The main event is about to start. Be right back. All right, here we go. Kyle walking in. Everybody booing him right now. Here we go, guys. Main event of the evening. All right, here's Imavov. Interesting choice of music here. My man coming in with the shades. Where is this song from? It sounds very familiar. I'll tell you what it reminds me of. Very similar to the entrance song of this show right here. Let me see if I can. There you go, man. And we're only just a few seconds away from the main event. So always remember, if you want all your MMA needs, this is the channel to go to, and this is a reminder of it.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
Here we go. Main event. Just in time for the main event. All right, here we go. It's time. Oh man, the boos are crazy for Kyle right now. They are not filling him over there. Maybe with just a few like Brazilian dudes that are there. But other than that, yeah, they are not filling him over there. Oh wow, look at the speed of Imavov right now. He looks like he's ready to handle this in full speed right now. All right, we're just on commercial ads right now. All right, here we go, guys. Round number 1. There it is. At exactly 5 hours and 30 minutes into this live stream, there's round number 1. All right, so round 1, a bit of a feel-out process, of course. I got to tell you, man, the striking over the years has gotten really exponentially high when it comes to fighters. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Borralho. All right, there's a stance switching by Borralho. And there it is, shooting in for the takedown right there. And Imavov immediately grabs and gets a hold of the neck. Oh, yeah, there's Imavov right there, really inviting the striking exchange here. It's a high kick right there by Kaio. Okay, there's a body kick right there by Kaio. There's another body kick right there by Kaio. Now stance switching every time that he throws that body kick. Oh, now he lunges in with a right hand. Now they're in a clinch position. All right, so now Kaio has him locked up in a clinch position up against the fence. 8 seconds left in this first round. All right. Small break coming up. The first round, I might have to give it to Imavov on that one. What do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think. Who do you think took that one? All right, so the corner of Imavov is urging him to throw some feints. All right, round number 2. Let's see what the sniper does here. Oh, wow. There's a wild swing right there by Imavov. Oh, there's some good shots right there by Imavov. Right, so a little bit of a bouncy step on the part of Imavov right here. Let's see if Borralho tries to switch stances again, maybe tries to look for something different. I do notice he does have propensity in doing that. Okay, there's a front kick right there by Imavov. All right, there's a body kick by Borralho. Yeah, Borralho keeps getting backed up against the fence. I don't know if that's just a bit of a comfort zone for him. Oh, good exchanges right there. Spinning back fist connects in that one. There's a front kick right there by Borralho. Right up the middle, too. And there's a nice front kick right there by Borralho. Wow, man. Yeah, real fast hands on Imavov's part, man. I told you from the jump, when I saw him in the beginning of the fight, I was like, wow, the way that he was darting back and forth. The way that he was going back and forth, I just knew straight away that he was going to be a problem when it comes to speed here. Now the corner of Kaio is telling him to get dirty. All right, now we're headed into round number 3 right now. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Coming up right here. Boom. Here we go. Round number 3. Yeah, man. Ooh, oh, he just caught him right there. He just rocked him with that shot right there. Oh, he's looking to finish him right here. So much for the fight nerds. Yeah, Imavov looks like he is trying to get a takedown, but oh, what is this? A little timeout right here. Looks like he's got some issues with the groin, maybe. Okay, yeah, groin shot it is. All right, so a little timeout going on here. All right, here we go. Time in. Okay, there's a high kick attempt by Kaio. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Kaio. Yeah, man, they're asking him to fight a dog fight, and that may not be the best of all ideas right there. So, I think Imavov is just having a field day on him right now. Oh, but this time he actually rocks Imavov that time out of nowhere. All right, let's see if Kaio adjusts here. Oh, yeah, very good. Oh, what is that? Little eye poke going on here. All right. Yeah, we're just nearing the end of the third round right now. All right, so a little bit of a better job on the part of Borralho in this one, kind of making this fight a little bit more competitive now. All right, round number 4. Here we go. Oh, wow, man, some really good exchanges here, man. All right, so okay, man, he's still continuing on with these shots right here. Oh, there's a nice elbow by Imavov. Oh. Oh, some power shots right there exchanged. Oh, there's a low kick right there by Borralho on the way in. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a bit of some. Oh, wow. Did he just hit him with that one? Hold up. Yeah, man. Real good spring in his step, is Imavov, man. Like, he's got real good elusive footwork, right? Very similar to that Soviet style of boxing that Bivol has going on in Kamzat as well. Yeah, straight down the pipe on that one. All right, 47 seconds left into the fourth round right now. Oh, man, some good elbow exchanges right there. All right, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yeah, it is still an Imavov round right there. Easily a round for Imavov. No doubt about it. Yeah, they're asking Borralho to go for a knockout right now because there's no other choice that he has other than to, just knock him out. If he doesn't knock him out, yeah, man, it's over for him. He said 5 minutes of your life. All right, round number 5. Here we go. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Imavov. Oh, okay, he actually cracked Imavov that one time. Oh, that's a good shot right there. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot right there. Oh, good shot exchanges between them. Oh, man, he cracks him with that one, man. Yeah, it's crazy how these guys are still standing, even getting cracked like this. Ooh. Okay, they're instructing him to stop talking, not getting instructions. I think all right, here we go, man. Yeah, Ohio is in serious trouble right now in terms of trying to go for a finish here. He has no choice, man. He really has to go for a finish here. Man, yeah, this is a very close fight, man. All right, and that is the end of it right there. All right, well, I think at that point we now realize that Imavov probably won this fight, but you never know. So we're going to stick around and see what is the ending of that one and what the referee or what the judges had to say about it. So All right, let's find out who the winners are of this fight. So there it is, man. Nasruddin Imavov wins by a decision. Not surprised, to say the least. Yeah, Imavov won, just as I expected he would win. Yeah, shout outs to Imavov on this one, man. Well, all right, everyone. That is literally the card of the night right there. Let's hear what he has to say about his technique here. What did he say? He said, considering the circumstances, he's really happy with his performance. Wow, so the French fighters tonight have gone 5-0. They asked him, with that win, do you feel like you should get the title shot next? He said that I am next. He said, show me that we are in France here, not Brazil. Russian MMA reporter. No, not this time. Not this time. Wow, yeah, there it is, man. All right, man. In a couple of minutes, we're gonna have the post show, and we'll go from here.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's a fucking. I'm telling you, El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like El-Kheer. Fucking so what?
All right, guys. So let's have at it, right? The recap for the full fight of tonight. Obviously, tonight started out with Sam Hughes taking on Shauna Bannon. We're going to get to it right here in the first fight of the evening, and then we'll go from there, okay? So... all right, so here we go, guys. Recap, fight of the... Okay, let's go. In 30 seconds, we're going to get to the recap show. All right, so recap fight of the night. Okay, well, is there a fight of the night? I think all of them are fight of the nights, right? Especially with the way that they started out in the first fight, right? Shauna Bannon coming in here with a lot of hype against Sam Hughes. Sam Hughes gets the rear naked choke in the second round. Second fight, Rinat Fakhretdinov gets the win. First round knockout against Andres Gustafsson. Man, Andres Gustafsson came out of this like an absolute bat out of hell, okay? And then afterwards, he paid for it. And as a result, Rinat Fakhretdinov made him pay for it. Next fight coming up, Brad Tavares had the most wins in the middleweight division, right? But here comes Robert Bryczek. I believe he was undefeated. No, he's not undefeated. I was thinking of someone else. Sorry. Yeah, 8-6 going into this fight. Well-deserved win. It could have gone to anybody. You know what, man? He hurt him a few times in here. Brad made a good account of himself, but this was Robert's night. Sam Patterson against Trey Waters knocks him out in the first round. A lot of first-round knockouts here, right? How about this one? Just off of calf kick alone, right? Harry Hardwick came in here about a couple of days' notice against Fernandes, gets him with a calf kick, and that was that. How about this? First round knockout. Ante UFC debut against Tybura, gets a first round knockout, and an Omar Sy. How about this? Another first round knockout. TKO, right? From the back position. Takes out Ribeiro. And then main card. We're on to the main card. William Gomis gets a decision over Robert Ruchala. As you started seeing all these fights go from first round knockouts, then you get a unanimous decision win right here. Axel Sola gets a body shot to the ground. Rhys Mckee, it was a very delayed response, right? Delayed response, but nonetheless remains undefeated. This was the guy that was undefeated that I was thinking about earlier. But against Rhys Mckee is a certified gatekeeper, right? So we'll see what happens with Alex here. Great win. Former Cage Warriors champion, as I had mentioned. Mason Jones. Oh, my goodness. Back and forth fight right here, right? Oki almost knocks him out, almost finishes him. Then in the second round, he comes back, gets a mount, elbow from the top. That was all she wrote. How about this? Modestas Bukauskas versus Paul Craig. Who is the best light heavyweight in Britain? Paul Craig retires after this fight. Great career. Modestas Bukauskas, great story, considering the fact that, hey, you know what? He had this situation where he got dropped from the UFC, got cut, then got signed right back up again. And here he is getting wins, getting victories, and getting a redemption out of his away stint from the UFC, from the Cage Warriors back to the UFC. Benoit Saint-Denis takes out Mauricio Ruffy, not Rufio. Look, just how we thought Dustin Poirier was going to lose to this guy, we thought this guy was going to lose to Mauricio Ruffy. What do him and Dustin Poirier have in common? They proved everybody wrong. And tonight it was Benoit Saint-Denis' night to prove everybody wrong. The wrestling was on his side. The grappling was on his side. And that was all she wrote. He got a rear naked choke. By the way that the rear naked choke was sunk in, it looked like a crank, not so much in the neck, right? But a crank. So just right in the jaw, very similar to how Khabib choked out Conor McGregor. But great job for Benoit Saint-Denis. Let's see where he goes from here. Nasruddin Imavov gets a 5-round decision against Kyle. Boy, the speed and the accuracy in which he was throwing his shots here was absolutely amazing. You can't deny Imavov now. He calls out Khamzat Chimaev. He calls out the champ. Does he deserve it? Well, you got other fighters out there that are fighting for it. You got RDR and you got Anthony Hernandez. They're up. Let's see what happens next. And that was all she wrote right there. That is the end of the fight night for UFC Paris. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It was another great one. By the way, everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all